so you, again, I think for any of us who have sort of lived in the border region, we have a very unique experience and a different perspective of what many, have here in the United States and in Mexico who've never really lived there. So I just want to start off to get your sort of reflections and sort of what you sort of see in the region and what you how you compare it from then to now.
Um, thank you. Thank you, Lina. Thank you for the invitation to be with you, whenever you call. So I'm abusing of my presence here because many of you have heard me several times. And I don't think I have much more to say than what you have already heard. But talking about the border, it's a topic that is one of my passions just because I live in Tijuana. Back then in the 1988, I came to town for, it was almost an accident, but I ended up living there for 8 years at Colegio de la Frontera Norte. That back then was the institution, the only one institution in Mexico that was doing border studies. So I'm an economist. I joined this institution to look at the economics along the border. Um, so first, a couple of stories about coming into Tijuana as a newcomer. I am from Mexico City many years. That's why I come to Tijuana expecting to see Mexico. What I'm saying. It is Mexico, but more than Mexico, it was a border city. And by that I mean the kind of connections between the two cities were just beyond what you could describe from the outside. When I came, we already had a line to separate the cities, but the stories of families living in both sides of the border, both in San Diego, Chula Vista, but also in Tijuana, Ensenada, Rosarito, etc., were shared stories. My colleagues at Colegio de la Frontera Norte would tell me they would go to school in the United States, come back, live in Mexico. Americans would come to purchase things in Mexico, go back, live in San Diego. And there's still now a very big community in San Diego, uh, mostly Americans that live in Tijuana or in Rosarito, and every single day they go across to work, shop, take kids to school, and then come back to Tijuana and the other way around. So it would not be a surprise to say um, we have an artificial line that separates the United States from Mexico. You said we have a border of over 2,000 miles, in Spanish, over 3,000 kilometers. And this is really, I mean, I'm talking about San Diego, but then you have all these other crossing points, right? You have Ciudad Juarez, etc. So you have the story of a region which is one region separated by a line between two countries. This to say the kind of problems that we have in the region and are shared problems, and the solutions have to be shared solutions. And I think that this is where we need to bring the conversation. Now, tell me a little bit about what we were doing back then and how it's different to now. When the negotiations about NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, started back in 1992, late 92, 93, the negotiating team asked Colegio de Norte to do the economic study on what could happen to the border, what would be the implications of a NAFTA agreement for the border. And back then, in that border region, we were very much opposed to that, at least to the way it was being discussed, because it didn't take into account the realities of the world. So back then, we had something in Mexico that was a free trade zone. I don't know, some of you probably remember, with zero taxes, which meant people, products, merchandise, production, etc., went across the border freely. I think it was 300 kilometers in Mexico south border with absolutely no taxes. So by the schedule of tax harmonization with NAFTA, we at the border were going to end up paying higher taxes for 10 years than what we had back then. So the implication back then of NAFTA, of free trade, the implications for the border were very negative. And they were very negative because the economies of the border were very much integrated, and they were what we have now, a codependency, very integrated value chains where products, merchandises, and services would go across several times across the border before they became final products. You may remember back then, what we had was the famous maquiladoras, and that was precisely the intention of this free trade zone, which was to attract investment on this side of the border, mainly on very labor intensive kind of operation, taking advantage of cheap labor. So what happened in the border is we developed thousands of those enterprises. There was a migration, historically high migration from the south of Mexico to the border, especially young women, to work in the maquiladora industry. That created a whole set of problems. It solved the issues of employment for young people, especially for women. That was the emancipation of women. They didn't depend on the salary of the man anymore. They were able to get a job, etc. So it had all these positive implications. But it also came with a whole new set of issues, of problems, including on the urbanization, the style and the mode of urbanization of these cities. And nowadays we are kind of paying the debt that we inherited from that model of development that was based on cheap labor, no taxes, uh, cities that attracted thousands of people without enough urban services, housing, water, electricity, etc., to meet or to give these people a decent lifestyle. Fast forward, what we have now is a very sophisticated border economy. In those that were maquiladoras, very simple operations and so on, with time became complex production facilities. Back then in the 1990s or so, TV screens stopped being produced in the United States. They were all produced in Mexico, maybe in the border region. So more sophisticated electronics, outer parts grew large. So the economy of the border became more sophisticated and more integrated into value chains in the United States. So what we have now is a more complex, more sophisticated manufacturing services, facilities, and so on, yet same level or even more integrated into value chains with the United States. Now, what is the issue that we have nowadays? The issue is the border just went more to the south and to the north, right? Nowadays, integration of both economies is so large that we are talking about the review of USMCA with the confidence that we need to remain together. Regardless of what the particular issues are, the details of the negotiation, and there are many, we are very integrated, codependent economies that not only need each other, but it is in the best interest of the three countries in North America to stay together. So that as an introduction.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I think in the comparison that you're drawing between NAFTA and USMCA, I think one of the issues I think that is new right now, and you are living it right in real time with the USMCA review process, is that in decades past we were able to talk about trade security and migration sort of in a siloed, independent fashion. But today, right, trade depends on security, security depends on migration, and so on. So, how has that, in your opinion, sort of shaped the border region? How is it going to affect U.S.-Mexico relations, especially with the USMCA review, since the trade is so closely linked nowadays to security results? Do you see that playing out in a different way than in the past?
Um, I guess the difference is what you just said. Now we're looking at these three issues are as one and the same, as dependent from each other. The truth is, they've always been interlinked, right? I remember the stories, and I'm talking about the late 1980s, 1990s. We did have the same issues that we have nowadays. We have drug trafficking and human trafficking and fun tourism to, to name it something that have imposed very that have challenged, let's say, the cooperation and the security of the region. Nowadays, it is very clear that we do have an interconnection between these three issues: trade, security, migration. Uh, and we need to cooperate. If we want to solve these issues, we need to do it together. There is no solution, there is no durable, permanent, sustainable solution on any of those issues if we don't tackle them together. Again, the border region is one region artificially divided by one line. Nowadays, if you go to any of the border regions, you will see a gray fence, like long fence, with some space in the middle, no man's land, and then another fence on the other side. So it's very clear there is a region. But environment is shared environment, water, and there are experts on those issues here. We share the same rivers and water resources. We share the same wealth. I mean, if you look at Texas, for example, and oil and gas in Texas is the same basin as the one we have in Tamaulipas and the Gulf of Mexico. So, we have artificially divided a region, which is a one region, and therefore, any issue that you put on the table, call it environmental issues, food security issues, biodiversity, security, trade, etc. It is those are issues that are in one integrated region, artificially divided by a line. So there is no other way to solve them, both human and nature challenges, if it is not together.
When I was speaking during my opening remarks, I mentioned that we need to bring more of Washington to the border and vice versa, because I think some of what we hear on the news and see on the news here in the United States is very different, right, to the reality that everybody lives in the border region. And part of that is because I think the security strategy of President Sheinbaum has actually rendered extraordinary results in a very short time. But I think that it hasn't been shared here as widely, perhaps as it should, and what actually captures the attention on this side of the border is all the negative press. So what do you see that how has security strategy and cooperation with the United States on the security front, how has that impacted the border? How is that going? Do you see it sort of is it perceived as a positive aspect when in discussions with trade, or is it still something perceived as ultimately negative?
You're right to say we need to bring the realities of the territories, and we're talking about the border. We need to bring those realities to Washington and to Mexico City as well. Not because we are closer to the border, but still, that border region, and John knows very well about that, is it's one of its own. Security. President Sheinbaum, you may remember, deployed 10,000 troops to the border at the request of President Sheinbaum very early at the request of President Trump, very early on in his administration. And that generated more awareness in the United States about what Mexico was doing and what Mexico was willing to do in order to improve security. And that gave important results in the border. But overall, what has delivered results in Mexico is a whole comprehensive integrated strategy of security, which has so far meant a 40% reduction of what we call high impact criminal activity, homicides, and so on. Now, and that requires a shift of mentality and strategy to deal with those issues. What is the problem with violence and insecurity and so on? A lot of that is one, economic. People need to make a living, and this is an activity that renders a higher income, higher than a regular job. Sometimes it's risky, but for young people, sometimes it's a way to do it. And then consumption habits, right? I mean, there is this commodity that is very valuable and therefore has a very large market, and because it is illegal, it has a larger markup. So, if you bring the issue of opportunities and consumption habits into the equation, there is not going to be a durable solution to the issue of insecurity. So the strategy of President Sheinbaum has incorporated these elements, and it has four different pillars. One is atención a las causas, taking care of the cause of insecurity, providing job opportunities for young people, providing right now with the Mundial, with the tournament, she decided to have un Mundial Social, which is everybody in Mexico, boys and girls, even people my age, they are playing football in different modalities in the schools, in the health centers, around the corner and so on. And there are thousands of teams that have been organized by everybody, by the government, by civil society organizations, by communities and so on, playing football. Musical activities, Mexico Canta, these big contests for everyone who has a talent to sing, to play an instrument, etc., will be able to participate in Mexico Canta. So provide the opportunities, especially for young people, to do something interesting that is not, joining the gang around the corner. That is the best strategy to take out the one of the sources of the motivation for joining criminal activity. The second part of the strategy is improving police force, professional training and so on for the police, the Guardia Nacional, which is the national police. The second, intelligence and research. In the past, at least in Mexico, there was very much a police type of strategy, right? You are doing something wrong, the police will come and get you. Uh, but it's with very little information, intelligence, and so on. Nowadays, we do have information, improved intelligence, the generation of these huge data sources, identification of where violence is taking place, and so on, so that you can do a more surgical interventions to look at the root of the problem and not the manifestation of someone assaulting someone else in the street, right? So intelligence and information. And I have to say, this is probably one of the areas that has been most successful in the relationship with the United States. The cooperation that there exists with the different security agencies, the security corporations in the United States, is at the highest point that we have ever had between Mexico and the United States. And then the fourth strategy, and very important one, that goes back to your question, is coordination. There is no way to deal with insecurity if you are doing your thing in the border and someone else is doing their thing in building. You need to have coordinated interventions to be effective. In Mexico, we have a security cabinet every single day, Monday to Friday. President Sheinbaum, 6 o'clock in the morning, will convene her security cabinet with everyone there: the military, the navy, the secretary of defense, and everybody that has something to do on security is going to be there sitting for an hour and a half talking about the challenge of the day. And that includes security cabinets in every single state across the country. And that includes regular cooperation and coordination between U.S. Forces, U.S. corporations, and Mexican corporations at their own space, at their own level. So take care of the root causes of insecurity, improving police force and professionalization, intelligence, information, and coordination. That combination has helped Mexico to bring the results that we have now. So, yes, we need to bring all those issues to the forefront to look at better ways, better strategies to coordinate and to jointly deal with a problem which is a shared problem and requires shared policies, shared programs, shared cooperation.
Yeah, no, and I think that the results that were just recently shared in a morning press conference from what you just mentioned, 40% reduction in homicide as well as femicide, extortion, high level crimes, theft, robbery, etc. Those are, I think, information that needs to be shared more widely here in Washington, because I think the perception is that, some things are not going as well and they might be going much better on the ground in Mexico. I'm going to open it up to questions. We're going to take two from the audience, but before I do so, I can't not ask you. We're gonna get a 16-year extension.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. You heard it first. We're gonna go.
We're doing our best for that. We're doing our best for that. I cannot sign on it, but
Right here.
but this is important to say because there are many issues on the table, and some of those are difficult issues and preference and so on. But at the end of the day, the starting point in the conversation is we are a very integrated region. We're not going anywhere. We can. President Sheinbaum said it's the kind of divorce of marriage that has no divorce. We will never stop sharing the long border that we share. So the starting point in the conversation really is we are in this together and we need to make it happen. So whether it is an explicit or not as explicit as 16-year renewal, it's going to be a renewal.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? I think we have time for two. Maybe we take them simultaneously and you can answer. Mr. Schwabel, hi. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deanna, for being here. It's always good to see that enthusiasm coming out of you and you have those experiences. My name is Jerry Schwell. I'm from Texas. I'm like been preaching, the gospel of the border, the important role of the border. When do you think we can stop talking about the problems and we can start talking about the successes of what the border is contributing to the North American economic integration? And where do you see the business community, which basically predominantly small businesses, SMEs in the Mexican side and the US side, what role do we as small businesses can we play for not being here just once a year, but being here almost every month and in the dialogue and participating in the dialogue?
Important what you're saying, and this is one of the things that we have been discussing with Nina. How do we take the conversation out of this state to space and we take it into the business community and the large border communities on both sides of the border? I didn't say this, but you all know there are 38 million Americans here in the United States, some of them second, third, fourth generation. So, the largest US community living outside of the United States lives in Mexico. So you're right. Uh, the benefits of these shared communities are much larger than we have counted. We had a figure with Lila. We thought we have to be better at communicating these things, but we have a figure where we show in every single state in the United States the number of jobs that are created by trade with Mexico. There is no single state in the United States, let alone the border, but there is no single state in the United States that does not have some important job creation out of trade and economic activity between Mexico and the United States. That to say, the small businesses, the small medium enterprises have played a very important role, and in my view, we need to provide incentives and the capacity to play even a larger role, because those are the ones that are creating employment on both sides of the border. So, turning back to them and looking at the potential of that sector is going to be much more important. And we do depend on all of you to be more vocal, to advocate, and just to inform on the many different links and the benefits that this kind of cooperation has for our communities. It's not a conversation, shouldn't be a conversation in Washington. It is a reality in the border. It's something that we need to talk a little bit more about.
I can't help myself. I have to plug in that advertisement here because it just like lends itself. So the Mexico program is launching. We did a soft launch, but the actual official launch will be in September. A U.S. Mexico Roadshow initiative. We are taking these conversations to different states around the country to discuss exactly what Diana just mentioned about the kind of investment with Mexico that creates jobs in the United States. The economic impact it's had in those communities in that state, sort of to bring attention to the positive aspects, Mr. Schwab, that you mentioned, beyond just the border region, but just trade in general with Mexico. So we're going to launch that in September. We have already a series of events planned, I mean, from California to Texas to North Dakota to Michigan to Georgia. We will be hosting all those in the fall. So if any of you want to join, that was my advertisement. Please come and talk to me. All right? All right. Well, the questions. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Rush Jones, I'm a customs broker on the southern border. My question it relates to small business. If you live on the border, you can still cross the border and make purchases, bring it back, and you have a personal exemption if what you bought for yourself you're bringing. But that's not true the rest of the country because we no longer have the de minimis rules. And I know Mexico has not suspended their de minimis, but the United States has. To what extent is that going to be part of the conversation? Because that's very important for small business in Mexico to be able to sell beyond the border. I have many people I know who were in the fulfillment business where they would ship direct to customers using the internet and for their sales. And now they can't do that without duty.
Is there any other questions before? I would just like to add, can you talk on the mic just for the people online? Yeah, just the unpopular word tariffs, the 232 for small business on the border, both sides of the border. It's the uncertainty is so I wanted to be here to make sure that I get my 2 cents worth and talk about 232. It's killing the industry on both sides. And we do benefit from USMCA in the past, and then there's this still spoiling us. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Andrew. If somebody can hand.
Good morning, Andrew Raymond, the CSIS Americas program. want to ask sort of a bigger picture question, but it ties, I think, back to this question of promoting, improving awareness of the importance of the border. World Cup, of course, starts tomorrow. Remember back in 2018 when it was granted, and over the few years after, there was a lot of talk about how do we use the World Cup to promote North America, to highlight the competitiveness of the region, the impact of the region, the contribution globally, etc. And I feel candidly, I'll make a statement before I ask the question. I think we missed the opportunity. I don't know if you would share that view or what your thoughts are on how do we use, because it hasn't started yet, so it's not over. How do we use it to tell the story better of North America, including what's happening on the border?
Yeah, and I will start with this last comment because you're right. It's a missed opportunity for the three countries. At the end of the day, we are North America. We're playing the same thing. So much so that we have a Mundial that is in the three countries. We should have been able to promote and to talk more about that because really is the best example of how our economic integration is more of a people's integration. You know, it's part of our culture, etc. Now it's part of the soccer match, the most important in the world. Unfortunately, and this is just my personal opinion, in between football and the inauguration, I mean, the announcement of the inauguration tomorrow, we have 232 and all these issues that we are tackling with that kind of uh, brought attention or diverted attention to other issues, including the question of shipping at smaller scale, tariffs, and so on. These are all things that we will need to resolve. Um, 232, steel and aluminum. There is a graph that is very clear on what is happening. There are tariffs on everybody, including Mexico, on steel and aluminum. Mexico buys more aluminum from the US than we export. That is, we have a deficit. Mexico has a deficit. The US has a surplus on steel and aluminum. Yet the tariffs are decreasing our exports even further, and they are increasing imports from Asia. So, when you look at those figures, it's like, this is kind of the other, the world upside down. No, we are trying to build our competitive advantage here in North America vis-a-vis something that we perceive as unfair competition. Yet the kind of things that we are doing are going the other way around, including, on these smaller transactions, smaller sales that used to be free of tariffs and now they are tariffs. The same issue is happening with cars, for example, right? Cars is by far the largest supplier or the largest integrated sector. Mexico is the largest supplier of cars to the United States, and it is not Mexican companies, it's American companies mainly producing in Mexico for competitive regions. Right now, cars coming from Mexico to the United States pay a higher tariff than cars imported from other regions of the world. So something is not working. Something will have to be fixed, but we do have the confidence that once we become aware, once we put the numbers and the facts on the table, and that's why I was saying we're going to have a good result. We're going to have a good 16 years or forever renewal because it's our reality. We are a very integrated region, and just for consumer interest, we will have to make it work out. A lot of the consumption basket, let's put it that way, the consumption basket of Americans includes very large proportions of products partly or totally imported from Mexico on good trade, fair basis, and in a way that is not competing with U.S. products, but it is complementing U.S. production. I think that realization will have to make it part of our trade agreement.
Thank you so much, Diana. If everybody can help me, thank Diana for being with us this morning. Now we're going to continue with our first panel, which is, this was perfect. We set the stage for our panel on USMCA. If I can ask all the panelists to come up here. And just a quick reminder for panelists and for the audience when asking questions, please speak into the mic as our audience, our online audience, can't hear if you don't speak into the mic. But thank you everybody again for being here.
I remember last year.
Morning, everybody. The way we've structured today is that we will have a nice conversation with three experts in the topic at hand is the future of USMCA. My name is Echo Selva. I'm a banker in Texas. I lived and I live and breathe the border region every day. And half my customers are from Mexico, half my customers from the United States. And based on the message this morning, particularly Lita and Diana, were right on spot and spot on. We're one community. It happens to be two different nations. For those of us, for those of you that live on the border, I have to explain that. For those of you that are not on the border, it is a different world. And if we were one nation, we'd be one of the powerful nation in the world. One of the top five, I believe. And yes, there was a study that both Diana and Lita alluded to that shows the number of jobs that are generated by trade with Mexico, and I think that we should really talk about that a little bit further and incorporate Canada as well. And there's no question this review process is extremely important for all of us. I will be, again, I work for IBC Bank, one of the largest, largest publicly traded companies that are actually chartered and headquartered on the U.S. border, happen to be in Laredo, Texas. And what I've been asked to do is to have our panel speakers introduce themselves. And we'll start with Margaret Myers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. My name is Margaret Myers, and I am a senior advisor here at the Inter-American Dialogue with the Asia and Latin America program. I'm also the faculty at Johns Hopkins SAIS.
Thank you. And Hewitt.
I'm Steve Hewlett. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Nature Suite. So I'm not here as an expert necessarily. I'm just here as someone that's part of a company living the real world of what is happening. We grow tomatoes, 100% in greenhouses. We do have a facility in the U.S. We're headquartered in Texas. We're a U.S. company. However, we have about 1,500 acres under the glass, so to speak, in Mexico. And just to give you some context, and I do this in Texas because we relate to football, but that's about 1,150 football fields, including both end zones under the glass. So give you some concept. So I think we are very much, I guess, an important part of the integrated supply chain that we're going to be talking about today.
Thank you, thank you. And Gilberto Garcia Velasquez, good morning.
Morning, I'm Gilberto Garcia. Uh, a fellow analyst of program and also chief economist at the Net Zero Industrial Policy Lab, Johns Hopkins. What we do is we work with trade investment for clean energy, clean technologies in North America. And I've been working on trade in the last 10 years.
Great, wonderful. Let's get started with a very softball question. And is the private sector doing enough with these USMCA discussions? And perhaps I would be well informed of that. But what does the private sector have in these discussions, and are we really getting it accomplished?
How important, you know, the one thing I've been in NatureSuite now over 8 years. I've been coming to DC. When I went there, I was the general counsel. Um, but government relations became part of my job, and as I've been there for 8 years, it's becoming a much more a part of my job. In fact, I can't even take care of all the legal stuff because I'm trying to fight a good fight. But the one thing I learned though is those that are making policy, our policymakers, they really don't understand our industry. They really don't. And they're setting policy, and to me, that's why we end up sometimes where we end up. So our job is to go educate them, and it's a challenge. I mean, you probably have to say it 7 times over 7 years, or 10 times during each one of those 7 years, for them to even start to grasp what we deal with day in and day out in the real world, especially when it comes to trade. Um, that's been a really, last year I think I was here. We were living in a world of uncertainty at that time in the tomato world because that's the core of our business, the premium stacking tomatoes, and we were, are we going to get the suspension agreement, the trade agreement terminated that was going to trigger 17% duties. And sure enough, a month later, it happened. And so we're living with that right now. You know, we're a U.S. company. We're the importer of record. Mexico isn't paying it. We're paying it. We're depositing close to $1 million a week in customs. And when you're in fresh produce, your margins are not that high already. And there's a lot of pressure from the retailers to make sure that the prices stay affordable. And so we have, all of these things that happen. It's the farmer, whether it's in Mexico or US, who bears the cost for the most part. So
Your perspective is the right there, yeah.
yeah, and so it's really important that the private sector be part of this process. And I'm not sure that I think they're trying, but I'm not sure they're being allowed to, and I'm not the one to say, 'cause I haven't been at the meetings, but the word is that it's a little hard to get in the room, so to speak. So I do hope that private industry does have a large input into where we end up. Because yeah, I think it's going to be extended for 16 years. What I'm worried about is what is that going to look like? What changes are going to be made? That's where I'm concerned.
Beautiful.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. That the role of the private sector in this review is critical, and unfortunately, it's also being absent for most of the discussions so far. And the thing is, exactly what you were saying is, like you can be negotiating with street in Mexico City, Ottawa, DC, but you don't know in depth every part of the industry that you are changing the rules, right? Like the part of the negotiation, the part of the review that matters the most are very technical. And are very technical and very complicated, not because you are a bad negotiator, just because the issues are extremely complex, very detailed by industry, by sector. So the companies are the ones that know those things better, right? Like when you're negotiating, for example, rules of origin, when you're negotiating labor rules, when you're renegotiating the value added in the region, the companies are the ones who know, for example, what are the supplies, what are the challenges they have there, what are the problems with certification, verification, and so on. So that the role of the private sector is critical, and it's not just a matter of what sector should be participating on this review. It's also the depth that you have in terms of the type of companies that should be participating, because you could have, for example, OEMs or tier one companies that, like they have good representation, they are very good at having their voice heard with the negotiators. But when you go to tier three companies, they are absent from this, and they are the ones that are hit the most with the changes in the rules. So when the rules land on them, that's when, like when the changes emerge. So it's critical, and it has been absent, and it should have a more depth in terms of their participation.
Yeah, given the current uncertainty, ideal with two second tier and third tier suppliers that have gone from three shifts to two shifts and two shifts to one, and some that have gone away. So the uncertainty is definitely killing us.
Sure, yeah, I mean, on this, question of is the private sector helping enough? I mean, it's a bit of a caveat. I look at this from a largely China lens, right? My focus is on China's engagement with the entire region. And so I don't want to focus much on the point that was made earlier on the problems, right? We talk about some good things that are happening, but indeed, the China question is still a sticking point, right? And will continue to be part of the narrative, not just for the USMCA, but in terms of our relations with the region and just in general. So is the private sector doing enough? Well, on the one hand, you have many companies who are critically invested in the USMCA that are doing their best and trying very hard. Can they get in the room is a critical question, right? Do they have the platform that they need to make the points and to offer the critical expertise that they bring to bear? And so they are doing a lot. On the other hand, you have a wide range of companies who continue to beat the China drum, right? Because there's a lot of concern about competition with China. We've seen this just, was it yesterday, the day before, that a number of new big Chinese companies were added to the Pentagon's military lists, right? They are no longer going to be, which has massive ramifications for suppliers and others who are would potentially engage with these companies. And so this concern about competition, especially in the tech, high tech, but also manufacturing spheres, persists. And so the question really is which private sector, which companies, and indirectly this ongoing persistent narrative about needing to compete with China and having that be the basis for so much of our industrial strategy, and to include trade policy, right, is persistent and will continue to affect this in critical ways. So again, it's a who's who and who's what, right? And some of it's direct and some of it's more indirect.
Well, so far it's a 2 for 2 that we indicate that there'll be a 16-year extension, and we're grateful for that line of thinking. But we understand also there will be minor and major chapter amendments to the agreement. How can we convey that to the current administration in terms of we, notwithstanding America First, this agreement is crucial to all three countries.
Authorizing, I guess, free and fair trade, safe imports under a systems-based approach, USMCA, I think it's probably the greatest trade agreement in the history of the world. To me, that is America first. It makes America stronger. It makes America safer. It makes America more prosperous. In the fresh produce world, it makes year-round fresh produce available at an affordable price. I'm part of the International Fresh Produce Association, and I hear them talk all the time about more fruits and vegetables, more people eating more fruits and vegetables more often. This trade agreement, without all of the barriers, without the tariffs, tariff rate quotas, whatever other special barrier you can creatively come up with. Without those, is what makes that happen. And that's what makes, um, you know, every consumer, we sell in all 50 states. Every consumer that eats a cherry tomato from Mexico is American. And if that's not available to them, is that America first? So that's how I would, I mean, that's how I'm talking about it with this administration. Yeah, we all agree if we're American, that's kind of, I think everybody can agree with that. It's just what does that mean? So we have an integrated supply chain we built for 30, 40 years, and um, that's what we have. And so why would we want to break that?
Excellent message.
Yeah, and that's when again, you'll have to forgive me for continuing to talk about China, but that's my focus. So, competition with China, right, on an industrial basis is the goal, right? If making our economies strong is the goal at a moment when, maybe competition does have some deleterious effects, right, globally and certainly in this region, then this is the way to go, right? And I think, also making the case that we're all grappling with this question of competition with very low cost Chinese goods. Just Yana said, it's critical to look at the data. And when you do, especially in terms of Chinese engagement with Mexico, what you see in terms of investment, it's not that high, right? And Mexican policymakers make this case all of the time, and it's accurate, right? It's not that high as a share of total investment. Um, but what there has been is really impactful on the parts industry, right? And you made this point earlier, Hector. I mean, you see a lot of these parts companies on the border, and we've seen something of a hollowing out of some of the Mexican manufacturers that have been replaced by Chinese companies, right, that offer extremely low cost parts, much of which is imported directly from China, right? So is benefiting the Chinese economy as much as it is Mexico's, not creating these supply chains, these indigenous supply chains that have been part of this USMCA story for so long. And so for me, I mean, a lot of the effects of this Chinese engagement are more a problem for Mexico, right, and Mexico's industry than they are for the United States, at least as concerns these particular supply chains, and especially in auto manufacturing. And so, understanding that we're all in this together, and that actually effective competition, right, requires a degree of coordination and the sorts of mechanisms and ecosystems and infrastructure, trade and other infrastructure that the USMCA has promoted for all of these years. And so this is making the region great again. This is America great again, and continues to make America and everybody here involved great.
Totally agree. I will not argue against America first. What I will do is to show that the USMCA is actually how you achieve it. This is not a competition between Texas and Chihuahua, right? When you break the integration, the high competitiveness that we have been building over decades, what you do is that you are making China stronger in comparison to North America. That's the real competition that we're facing. So when you say America first, it's like when you're saying, what does it mean? To me, it means how the America has like jobs, low cost, productivity, competitiveness, and the only way to achieve this in a global market is with integration with Mexico and Canada.
Would agree. How are we going to compete with China if we aren't, integrated as a, Canada, U.S., Mexico? That's what's going to make that happen. And I failed to mention, even in the make a, in the fresh produce world, make America healthy again. How are we going to do that without Mexico? We're not.
Yeah, and when you are trying, for example, to reshore production, and you want to bring, for example, production of smartphones or electric vehicles to nearshoring, you're not going to bring the whole chain to the US. It's impossible. It won't happen. So the only way that you can do it is bringing different parts to different places in North America, and that's how you compete. So like when you are thinking about America first, it's not a competition between, again, Chihuahua and Texas. is a competition between Ohio and Shanghai, right? That's the real competition that you're facing.
And Margaret, in your China expertise, how should the negotiating team handle, say, Mexico's relationship with China or US's extensive or limited relationship with China? How should that be utilized in the negotiating process of a USMCA?
I mean, I think we need to recognize that Mexico's already taken, significant measures and effort and done a lot to try and address U.S. concerns in this respect, right? That certain trade measures, reducing incentives for Chinese investment in certain industries, things of that nature, and including at the local level. A lot has been done already. And so understanding the effects of that to include, I mean, we've seen a decline in Chinese investment recently, right, across a number of different industries. And so understanding this is already kind of happening is really important. So, the data, and one hopes that data resonates, right? But the data is fundamental, absolutely, and we need to be sure to have that data accessible and to clearly articulate it. The other thing, I mean, and this is something that Gilberto has mentioned, before, is just making sure that we understand the impacts of Chinese engagement already and China's industrial strategy, industrial policy on Mexico and on the region as a whole. And this sort of hollowing out process that we have seen, right, is one that we really need to understand as we move forward with any sort of new conditions or new measures. If there is an interest in or effort to increase, for instance, local content, right, stipulations, that could be great. But if the industry capacity is no longer there, especially in parts, for instance, because of these, you know, massive seismic shifts that we're seeing globally, frankly, but appear in Mexico as well as a result of Chinese industrial strategy, right? Then that's going to be a problem. So thinking through this really critically and based on what the realities are on the ground and what the data shows us is just going to be absolutely fundamental. It's not as though this China question isn't an important one. It is, right? But we need to approach it in a holistic way and in a way that takes into account fully what the current situation brings to bear.
Yeah, and sometimes I may be too direct, but if I'm Canada, if I'm Mexico, and the US really goes full board on all this protectionism, why wouldn't I trade with China? Right? So I think as the US, and hopefully our teams recognize this, we need to be careful that we don't push our neighbors away. And I know we kind of done that with Canada a little bit. And maybe they didn't react as well as Mexico did. But you can blame whoever you want to blame, but we really need to be working together because to me that's very dangerous.
To agree, I will only add that we have the China issue, right? But then we lose perspective of all the things that we can do beyond the review of the USMCA as a region that we are currently not doing, right? We have to understand that treaties, they create preferences, but it's capabilities and coordination that create competitiveness. And there's a lot of things that we can do to create that competitiveness among our countries. What I'm saying is that, for example, when the focus is only, let's say, rules of origin, right? Like let's make it more strict. Let's increase the percentage of regional content on for certificate for verification of USMCA rules. We are going to get into a problem because there are several value chains that currently do not have the capacity to do so, right? Because we haven't gone to the integration 2.0, right? All the things that we could do, for example, to reduce compliance costs, all the things that we could do to improve the infrastructure that we have across the border to make trade more easy, right? Or the things that we could do for certifications to move around. So if I certificate with one company, I don't have to certificate again with another company. All those additional costs that we're putting into the industry to be able to participate in the USMCA. If we see the last 5 years, the regional content has increased. The companies that are certified right now to participate at the USMCA have moved from like something around 45% to 80%. But we haven't deepened that the industrial density on those value chains in the same way. We're still very dependent on China, Chinese investment, Chinese inputs, and we have to start from that point of view, from that reality. And what are the things that we need to do to strengthen critical value chains and to move away from that dependency from Asia, mostly from China, in a way that is reasonable and smart, and not only based on rules that we are going to really struggle to fulfill, and the companies are going to pay that additional cost.
I was reminded a little while ago that in 1980, President Reagan did a lot for the Western Hemisphere to compete against the Eastern Hemisphere. And back then it was about protecting jobs and industry and national security. It seems like President Trump has put those three opposite in national security first. How could we steer this renegotiation with that mindset in terms of security first? I think there's great opportunities to take that on.
I think getting back to what I said earlier, it makes America stronger. You know, on the stronger part, I think it does. You talk about the Western Hemisphere, it does make our status in the world stronger. If we're just talking about the U.S., then that's not as strong as the Western Hemisphere. It just makes sense.
In this concept of economic security, again, the USMCA is extremely important for the US and the stance of the US in the world, right? Like if we see a map of what is the most important trading partner by country in like 15, 20 years ago, for most of the Western Hemisphere, the US was the most important trading partner. That doesn't happen anymore. If we see what's the most important trading partner for Western countries last year, only Mexico and Canada and a few other countries are still the most important partner for the US, for US exports. That has changed. So isolation from the US and in terms of economic security is only going to increase this problem to the point that the US is going to lose a big stand on the world economy even more than it has happened.
I mean, I agree with all of that, and I would only add that, you know, this trend of securitization of economic policy, right, and economic strategy is something that we've seen globally. It's not just a U.S. phenomenon, right, but it's one in which here in the U.S. at least there's a tendency to try to keep things out, right, to block, to isolate. And I mean, we're also not alone in that, but it's you know, it's certainly something that rather than thinking through how new partnerships or, you know, strengthening existing partnerships can actually contribute to and reinforce economic and broader security, right? And certainly, so I think it's just a reframing of economic security to be more inclusive, right? It's actually we are better together, and it's simple, but it would require something of a paradigm shift and a real shift in the narrative here in town. And I couldn't agree more with Gilberto. I mean, when you look at why does China have influence in Latin America, it's not the BRI, it's not investment, it's trade. It's trade. I mean, when you export all of your commodities to a certain country, then you're going to be very much at the bidding of that country when it comes to call. And that's just simply the dynamic that we're seeing playing out in the region at this juncture. That's not the reality for Mexico right now, but it is for so much of the rest of Latin America. And so, you know, ensuring that we have these trade relationships fully intact, but also, you know, this view of engagement as in fact strengthening and not weakening, that's fundamental.
About 15 years ago, I had the pleasure of reading a book called What to Expect When No One is Expecting. Jonathan Ladd, I believe, and Jonathan Last. And And there's a phenomena, a worldwide phenomena, where we are not reaching, we're not reproducing enough population to make up for what's going away. So the fertility rates have been low globally, and even in Latin America and China, of course, had that terrible policy of one child for a long time. And back 15 years ago, one of the things that came out of that book was that in in Japan, the sale of adult diapers outpaced the sale of baby diapers. Well, what does that mean? That means that every day we have a deficit in terms of the workforce going forward. So we're living it today with low unemployment levels. Isn't that great? Well, what's the workforce capacity? And there's definitely a demographic winter that's occurring. And while we're perhaps healthier and have better medication, we live longer, we can't fill jobs. And just again, as I mentioned, I'm a banker and I can't fill certain positions, whether entry or otherwise. And I know we're living that in all industries today. How does that play into USMCA? I mean, this is it's a way for us to really talk about Western Hemisphere and globally, but the fact that we're not replacing our population is not an issue that's going to happen years from now. We're living it now, and it'll only get more difficult. I don't think it's gotten as much traction as it should have in the last 15 years. You do hear about it in more recent discussion, but really interested on how that could impact the USMCA negotiating team and whether it should play a bigger part.
I'm going to go in my world. I'm in the food and ag world, right? So let's just look at that. We hear it all the time, and I think I agree with it. Food security is national security. How are we going to, if you take in the ag world, we've had a deficit of workers for a long time, and that has not gotten any better. We do not have workers willing to do agricultural work in this country and haven't had it for a while. And that's not going to do anything but get worse, especially when you tie in what you're talking about. Um, so if we tie it to the USMCA and everything we've been talking about, the integrated supply chain, how are we going to feed ourselves if we don't? I mean, if we break this, man, honestly, if you think about it, we have a lot of structural issues with agriculture. We have challenges growing enough food to feed this country. I don't know that if we were to just say we're going to do it all ourselves right now, we couldn't do it. And it would take decades to get there. So, from that perspective, just looking at food, that is a huge issue. And hopefully the policymakers are thinking about that as well. Um, I know from our standpoint, we have a facility in the US. We can't make money at that facility growing the same thing we grow in Mexico. And it's not because of labor. I mean, it is because of labor, but not because of how much we pay. It's because we don't have the labor and it's a challenge. And we have all of these other issues with energy cost and the climate. I mean, one of the beauties of Mexico is God has blessed them with a moderate climate year round where we can grow year round without energy, without using heating and cooling. I don't think the policymakers understand that. I do because we live it. Um, so that's why we don't have very many greenhouses in the U.S. growing, I'll just say, premium snacking tomatoes or other fruits or other vegetables that can be grown really well in controlled environment agriculture. It's not only the labor, it's the cost, it's the compliance issues, the regulations. Um, look at across the country, land is being sold that used to be farmed because they make a lot more money selling it. So there's a lot of structural issues to growing our own food in this country. And so that's a big issue.
That's a very interesting question. And demographics is one of those big trends that are happening and are going to transform substantially the world that we live in. And um, right now, and because of that, uh, integration becomes even more important. Right now, the median age in Mexico is around 30 years. In the US, is 40 years. But the expectancy rate is exactly the same in both countries. It's 1.6 children per woman. And so that means that Mexico is going to reach its,
It takes 2.1
yeah,
per
yes,
woman to maintain the population.
and it's 1.6 right now in Mexico, and the US is exactly the same. Um, so that means that Mexico is going to reach its peak in terms of productive age in around 2030, right? So we have a very few years left in Mexico or North America to have that demographic bonus. Then automation is going to increase even further than it has during the last years, right? Like we think that NAFTA killed manufacturing jobs in the US. The truth is that more manufacturing jobs in the US were killed by automatization. So that is only going to increase during the next years. Like I was reading a report by Deloitte saying that the US is going to have a deficit of 2 million manufacturing jobs in 2036. So this is part of that kind of the conversation that we need to have. And then when automatization increases, what is going to happen to the social net that we need in North America? What is going to happen with, for example, the use of artificial intelligence? All those trends are going to only increase. So first, we need to, get certainty around North America, make or integration more stronger or solid. Um, but then think about all those different things that we can do together to increase the skills of our workforce. So when automatization is happening, when artificial intelligence use is also increasing, we have a workforce that becomes more competitive and makes the best of it. That should be part of the conversation.
I think that's a great answer. I would say much of the same, so I'll leave it at.
Yeah, you mentioned artificial intelligence. Obviously that's it's something that is addressed in every day and should perhaps be incorporated into discussion. But how do we do that? Uh, it, how can we do that? Include artificial intelligence within this discussion.
It's a real issue. And I was on an event a couple of days ago. I was talking with someone who works in Congress. And he was telling me that only recently they allowed them to use artificial intelligence on their work. And I was totally surprised, right? How do you expect staffers, people who are working on creating regulation to understand the technology if they cannot use it at their work? Um, so we have a gap in terms of how we are using and understanding artificial intelligence. For example, in the US, the model is for the companies is to create this general artificial intelligence that is going to be more smart or smarter than humans. While, for example, in China, artificial intelligence is right now more used in terms of everyday issues, right? Like delivery, the factory, in your services, in the way that you work, in the things that you do. So that's an artificial intelligence that is closer to people. People see the effects of it. People see that increasing the productivity, are more excited about the things that they are doing, while we are seeing it more and more as a threat, right? To what's going to take my job, is going to destroy the world and things like that. And of course, all those things are real issues, real risks that we got to take into consideration. But there's a lot to increase our productivity in the way that we use artificial intelligence. And the second thing is, these massive data centers that we need to train these models and so on. There's an energy gap in the region, right? Like Mexico, the US, and Canada, we need to produce more energy that is clean, that is sustainable, that is reliable. So that's also one of those barriers or bottlenecks that we have in the region that we need to solve beyond the review of the USMCA, how we have the energy system that allows this technology to flourish and increase and scale.
Margaret, wait.
Go ahead. You want to have two fingers? Yeah.
I was just going to build on that is like, you brought up a really good question, and I hadn't thought about it in the context of the USMCA, and maybe we should, because with the population decreasing, I mean, I know that even in Mexico, uh, it's getting more challenging finding agriculture workers. So get back to food, and we do use AI to predict weather and things like that to help us, and so we're going to need to really work together, Canada, Mexico, US, using AI to be more productive. We need to, we need to grow more in the US. We need to grow more in Mexico. We need to grow more in Canada. We need to do it with less people. So you can see how this would play into the argument of why we need to make sure we keep free trade with under space system in place.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. And then I would just say that I mean, as much as China has been a sticking point for USMCA, right, it's important for us to look to China and to learn from what actually is happening there in terms of the dissemination and implementation of AI in manufacturing, right? And especially to understand how that translates to other regions where China is deeply integrated in their, extensive supply chain networks and ties. Not that they replicate exactly the sort of system that we have with the USMCA, but there are important parallels. So, what are the effects of this? Because we're beginning to see some applications of AI in manufacturing in, say, Southeast Asia through Chinese factories there, right? What are the social, demographic, labor implications of all of that? How is that shifting dependencies between the countries? How is that shifting trade flows between the countries? There's so many elements of this enormously complex, and I think it's going to be, really completely transformational. So to the extent that we can do these comparative analyses and understand how this is playing out in other parts of the world, especially with China, which is doing more in the way of actual application of AI, right, at this juncture, that I think would be enormously helpful. In a task force of the sort that Leela so beautifully sets up would be well positioned to do something of that nature.
And in terms of that task force that Lita mentioned, you need to be ever accept the border because we already know what it is to live with trade and on a day basis, day in day out basis. Um, is there a spin, or is there somehow the negotiating team take into consideration the issues in Iran and those conflicts, and whether that will be a detriment, or will it actually enhance our possibilities of getting an agreement done quicker? We all look at July the 1st as a big date, but it'll be negotiated beyond July the 1st, of course. And are there any implications, or uh, perhaps not the right word, but benefits or distractions as a result of the issues in Iran?
Yes, I mean, rationally, it should be a factor that is important, right? You're talking about a situation that is just going to continue escalating in terms of the energy costs that consumers are going to face in the US. It's not that if the um, conflict resolves tomorrow, then gas prices, for example, are going to be low. Gas prices are going to be high for a while. And the snowball is just rolling, and those prices are just going to increase and continue increasing as the conflict extends. And that's the most likely scenario. So if you are in a situation where energy costs are increasing and therefore inflation is increasing in the US, and then you have elections in November, the rational perspective will be that you don't want to create more uncertainty on the economy. You want to create some sort of like certainty, and the USMCA review in good terms, of course, like with some different rules, all that stuff that we have been discussing, but like you create certainty that will be helpful. The other thing is that, like the energy transition has to accelerate. something that we have to learn from these issues is that a world that is so dependent on fossil fuels is a world full of uncertainty in their economic future. Um, fossil or uh, uh, petroleum prices are global. Doesn't matter if you are a big producer, you're going to pay the cost of all this uncertainty. Um, the good thing is that 9 out of 10 gigawatts that have been newly produced in the US during the last year come from renewables. So even with a more hostile environment for renewables, the renewables have been increasing in their production. So that's actually the good way to go.
I can't address that from an academic standpoint, but I can tell you, like tomatoes, test case. A year ago, you know, honestly, we have a USMCA compliant product, shouldn't be a tariff on it. So what happened is politically, the Florida group had a lot of clout. And so they were able to use the trade laws to use a 1996 dumping investigation. Think about that for a second, to trigger 17% duties, so a tariff essentially on our tomatoes. And what happened is, we had in the US a weather event, which a freeze in Florida, which created a shortage of tomatoes. And then we had the situation with Iran. And so the energy, the fuel costs. So what happened? Shortage of tomatoes. Price went up like 40+%. So that's what, I try to tie it back to the USMCA. That's why you want tariff-free trade among the three countries for that very reason. Those things are going to continue to happen, and that's where the uncertainty comes in. That's where the supply chain gets destroyed. That's when you have a shortage of, in this case, tomatoes. And so then the consumer has less choices. So anyway, tying it all back.
So absolutely. Margaret, any?
Just underscore Hilberto's point that, if rationality prevails, right, it makes all the sense in the world not to introduce new economic vulnerabilities and other challenges. And so ideally in this context where we are experiencing heightened inflation and other effects from Iran, that this would be all the more reason to ensure that the USMCA moves forward with that issue, and especially, I mean, given the impact that it would have in a number of states here that are of critical political importance.
The numbers absolutely matter. Follow the numbers. Well, it looks like we're slightly ahead of time. We've got some time for a couple of questions. And Russell? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Alan Russell. I'm chairman of TECMA. I'm one of the original founders of TECMA, and this is our 40th anniversary. We operate in Mexico as a shelter company within about 100 factories on the Mexico side, about 16,000 people. So we're very engaged cross-border. Everything we do comes back and forth across the border. Early in this conversation, the question was, how can private industry engage, or we should engage? I've been holding my hand up since long before the talk started. We would love to be engaged, but it doesn't seem there's a seat. Is it more bureaucrats and academics negotiating on our behalf as an industry that do not have the working knowledge and stress points that we live with every day as industry? So how do we get in? Where does our voice matter? That's why I'm here with the BTA and following Britain's lead on our voice, but it feels hollow. Who do we talk to? How do we engage? Please, and thank you all for being here.
That's a really good question. I wish I had a great answer for you. I will tell you, recently a letter came out from 79 congressmen and women really pushing tariff rate quotas, seasonality, all those things that are going to destroy fresh produce. And it's because some people signed it from Texas. It's like they don't understand. So we quickly put together a coalition of companies, in the fresh produce world, um, and we're going to, try to counter that. And I know BTA is, FPAA is. So a lot of the trade associations are trying to figure out how to get engaged in the process, or at least educate people. So I would encourage everybody to, utilize your trade associations and really push them to, if they're not active, to get active, and just, they need to understand how critical this is.
I totally agree with you. This is an industry issue. The industry should be present during this review. There's knowledge there that cannot be replicated in other places. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to you. I don't have a clear answer of go knock this door, and you will get a seat on the table as you deserve, and as this review needs. But I think that just continue raising the issue, going to trade associations, talking to your representative, and just being loud in terms of the implications of what has been or is being negotiated, and uh, that what that is going to imply in terms of cost, in terms of employment, in terms of investment and economic growth. It will help to move that needle, but I think it's just relentless activity to be heard, and to be understood in those issues. That, again, unfortunately, right now, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Jerry, you may want to weigh in. I know Jerry's been involved in.
It's probably the most critical question, because during the USMCA negotiations, there was the private sector was heavily involved. There was a coalition. There was a coalition during NAFTA, called it USA NAFTA back then, and so it was comprised primarily of the U.S. Chamber, National Foreign Trade Council, Business Roundtable. You had NAM, National Association of Manufacturers. So there was an industry voice in this review process, because these are supposedly technical discussions. The word we get is that there is no need to have the private sector involved. I said there's a greater need, because one of the issues that in all of the discussion of the free trade agreements is what cause no harm. And there's that discussion whether what's going on is causing harm or is not causing harm. So sometimes they don't want to hear some of us in the private sector what we have to say. So that's the challenge we're facing right now. That doesn't stop us. I work with the U.S. Chamber and U.S. Mexico Economic Council. We have working groups. We have to kind of insert ourselves into the discussion, force ourselves into it, so that the right message is being delivered. But we can't rely on somebody else to tell the story, Alan. You tell it better in your sector. I tell it better in my sector. So we have to kind of force ourselves into the dialogue and the discussion. We could do it partly through our members of Congress, but we have to educate not just the member, we have to educate the staff. And that's an ongoing education. And no one can tell the story better than we can. That's why we need to be here, not once a year, but basically almost once a month or every week. My company, I've got folks here every week just to tell my story as a bank. So what impacts our customers as well. So we have to be engaged. We have to kind of don't wait for somebody else to invite you. You got to kind of get in. That's the way we're doing it. And BTA is, of course, has been the voice of the border, has been an integral part of this discussion. But it's just one organization. We need to get all of us in this coalition need to work together and get, and as a private sector, put up the bucks and say we want to be on the table, not on the menu. Yes, we know. The only people in the room right now are the technicals, the ITACs, the international, basically the cleared advisors, which are the technical committees, and there's challenges there with with turnover in those committees. There's 16 committees. You know, I think the last I count I had. But even I will tell you, during the negotiations, you had the negotiators, you had the ITACs, technical committees, and then you had, the coalition, the private sector. There were three rooms. And during that negotiations in those 8 rounds, we were sharing information with each other in Mexico, Ottawa, and DC. So there was engagement, there was discussion, you had the CCE of Mexico, you had the Canadian Business Council, you had the U.S. Chamber heading up that group. We were in the room. We were in those discussions. Today, we're not in the room because we're being asked, you know, you don't, you don't need to be in the room. We're being told you don't need to be in the room because these are technical discussions right now. But that doesn't stop us. We want to be in the discussion. We need to be there. So we're feeding it through our respective committees of jurisdiction, which is Ways and Means and Finance on the Senate side. And we're feeding it constantly by coming and knocking on doors saying, U.S. Chamber, NAM, NFTC, BRT, all of those, ETA, all of us need to be together with one message: preserve and protect the USMCA. Make it better, not make it worse. And help. I can tell you, I'll give you names if you want names, but
Hi, Lance Youngmeyer with the Fresh Produce Association of the Americas. Thank you for the Inter-American Dialogue and BTA for hosting this, and thanks to the panel. You guys are great. I have a comment and a question. So prior to the 15th century, China was the global superpower. They had massive fleets of ships. They were doing trade when the Western world was in the Dark Ages. At some point, they became inward. They didn't want any foreign interference, and China went into its own dark ages for many centuries, and they're only now reemerging. As we look at the USMCA, I've been in meetings a lot this spring, like a lot of you guys, and at meetings with USTR and other people. They've said, well, I see a future for America where tariffs are always part of the deal. And the further you are out from the United States, the tariff's going to be higher. It's concentric circles, they've said. The closer you get in, the less and less. But we still see that there's going to be tariffs on Mexico and Canada, they say, just preferential tariffs. So what would that look like to you if we had preferential low tariffs to your business? And also comment on the possibility of the United States turning too far inward. Thanks.
What would that look like for us? 17% duties plus whatever preferential tariff ends up. Plus, we're in this world of uncertainty for who knows how long, because, in my opinion, our government misused the the dumping provisions that supposed to make trade more fair. So I don't know what that world looks like, other than it's gonna cost more for everybody. Um, for us, it might be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
I think you're right. Unfortunately, in my head, the most likely scenario, it's a successful review, but that keeps in place some tariffs, kind of like the ones that we're having more or less right now. And that's problematic, right? It's problematic because first that we have to understand that a tariff is a tax. And when you are having a tariff in your co-production system, which is what happens in the USMCA, you are co-producing, so you are taxing yourself. And with that, you are increasing the cost of your consumers, but also you are making yourself less competitive globally, right? Like the companies that are producing, for example, medical equipment or electric vehicles or all those technologies for the future that the US is trying to export to other markets suddenly are going to be more expensive and less competitive because you are taxing your co-production system. So it's an unfortunate moment where tariffs are misunderstood. Um, tariffs can be successful and tariffs can be effective when they are targeted, when they are limited, when they have a very clear objective and a sunset uh, period of time. Um, but for example, when you are trying to use them to increase your government revenue, but also to bring manufacturing to the US and so on, that's not going to happen, right? Like what has been happening and is being studied and documented and proven is that when the US increases tariffs in globally, but most even more in Mexico and Canada, uh, the US loses manufacturing jobs. And that's unfortunately going to continue with this perspective of tariffs as a baseline for the agreement.
I'll just a very brief, if you'll allow me, point on China. I mean, China's entered this period. I mean, there's this term dual circulation, right, wherein there's a focus on both creating greater self-sufficiency at home so as to not have to rely on others for critical inputs and critical industries, right? And then also more engagement abroad, right? And creating new markets for a wide range of goods, both de minimis, right? Low cost items, Timu, all of these things, right? And the highest value things you can possibly imagine, which are going everywhere at this moment in time, dependent, well, less so to the United States, but are very globally prolific at this juncture. And so, I mean, what you see is both both happening in China. My concern is that we aren't really here doing either quite well, right? We are focusing on sort of isolating ourselves, but without the mechanisms and the policy and the strategy, right, to build out industry or the funding or the, I mean, just in any case, the attention, right, placed on building out these industries that would that one will not have access to if they are not interconnected, right? On the other hand, we are using tariffs in ways that are really hurting a lot of our relationships, and you know, at the same time, not really achieving some of these domestic aims. And so there's, I mean, it's interesting. I'm not suggesting that we apply dual circulation by any means, right? But there, I do worry deeply about not really following through or at least carrying out either of these objectives in a way that's going to be positively impactful.
My biggest fear, honestly, is that, you know, everybody starts pushing. We want to make sure we renew the USMCA, and we all want that. But then there's a way to, you know, pick out creative ways to have, you know, other duties, whether it's anti-dumping, misuse of that, or whether it's you know, tariff rate quotas. Um, so that's what I worry about because that creates so much uncertainty. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd much rather have, okay, it's going to be 10%, but nothing else is going to happen, and that's what you're going to live with. We could probably deal with that. Then we have certainty. But it's all the uncertainty that really, I mean, that's the one thing that'll crush a business.
I'll mention that Jerry was the chair during NAFTA. You're the BTA chair during the NAFTA negotiations. And it had us, one of the words in NAFTA is free. And LSE, libre comercio. Lance, I don't think we're going to get that, unfortunately. So, you know, the big question is what if it did go away? We've got two panels and two say that what if it did? I mean, that would be horrible, and I don't want to leave on a sour note. And you also mentioned that you were an expert. You're clearly an expert. We had three wonderful experts in our panel today, and I think we have got time for one more question. And Russ.
I'm thinking we're kind of mixing metaphors. We're talking about a simplistic cookie cutter trade policy approach that the current administration has, and that has the lifespan of this current administration. And what we can't let that do is to get involved in have that policy invade the discussions on USMCA. Because that's, like I said, that's forever, or at least 16 years. And we don't want duties and tariffs in NAFTA USMCA for 16 years. Since we're not at the table, small business, we've got a plethora of examples because of the current trade policy of where these discussions are headed. And they would be disastrous. What we don't have is empirical data. We have anecdotal, tons of it. We can talk to people in this room and come up with long lists of companies that have closed or reduced. I've got a long list as well under current trade policy. So we have the proof that if they do what they're doing now in USMCA, we're going to see more of these closures and without reciprocal openings in new industries in the United States. But who's collecting the data so we can get it into the room? Because small business is not going to get into the room.
Good point, Russ. And we've reached the end of our time. We absolutely thank our panel. One more comment. Absolutely.
Absolutely right. I don't have the answer right now, but I'll get back to you. I'll make a compilation of like good analysis studies showing what has been happening to medium and small size companies. But what you're saying is critical for understanding and pushing for these issues, these topics to be part of the review.
Thank you, Gilberto, and thanks to Lila and to Britain, Lila and her team, and Britain and her team for BTA for putting this wonderful panel together in this event. And we thank you for joining us.
Everyone, we're gonna have a brief coffee break and then we'll resume the next panel. Thank you.
working. Hello. Yeah.
Mike. So good morning, everyone, and thanks for taking the time. My name is Will Walters. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Salus Worldwide and a very proud supporter of the dialogue and the Mexico Center specifically. I've got the tremendous honor of moderating just an incredible panel of experts to talk about the triangular dilemma. In the past, in conversations about USMCA and trade in general between Mexico and the United States, the technical aspects of the conversation could be conducted without a deep dive into the security aspects. That there was a group of experts that would talk about security and security conditions on both sides of the border, and a separate conversation about trade and tariffs. That no longer is a reality. I think whether it's this administration or changes in the environment that are sort of picked up by the current administration on both sides of the border, the fact of the matter is the progress of the review of USMCA and the trade relationship in general is now predicated on discussion of security conditions and cooperation. The panel beside me, Dr. Cecilia Farfan, is the head of the North American Observatory and the Global Initiative, a Fulbright scholar, a PhD from University of California, Santa Barbara, former head of research for U.S.-Mexico studies at UCSD. Inigo Guevara is the director of Jane Strategic Services, of which I have been a consumer for a very long time. Has a master's from Georgetown and the former director of analysis for the Mexico office of the National Security Council. Noe Garcia is the managing partner of Global Forward, former counsel to two separate Treasury secretaries and the Senate Majority Leader. He brings, each of these experts brings a very specific optic on this relationship, this forced marriage, if you will, of inextricable in its way between security aspects of commerce and, frankly, commercial aspects of security. We'll be joined a little bit late by Dr. Andrew Selle, the president of Migration Policy Institute, who received his doctorate from the University of Maryland and as a former executive vice president of the Woodrow Wilson Center, which I also supported until it wasn't there anymore. I'm going to lead out with a question for each of the panelists. They can expand a little bit on their perspectives, inside or outside that question. The mic is yours, and then we'll open it up for questions from the group. So, first question is for Dr. Farfan Mendez. What security challenges are most often overlooked when discussing migration and border management, especially in the context of security as it impacts commerce?
Well, thank you for moderating this panel. And of course, thank you to the BTA and the Inter-American Dialogue for the invitation. I also have the pleasure of being a non-resident fellow of the Dialogue and the Mexico program. So thank you for hosting me. I would say that one of the most overlooked aspects of security discussions around the border and trade is how integrated illicit economies also are at the border. And I think especially around substances and drugs in particular, the discussion is still stuck in how drug markets used to work in the 80s. So thinking, for instance, that a drug is produced in point A and then trafficked to point B. That's no longer how synthetic markets operate. And so in the same way that when you buy a car in the US, that car has moved through the border multiple times, the same thing happens with synthetics. And this matters because it underscores how integrated these illicit markets are, and therefore how integrated the response should also be. And so let me give you a couple other examples just to drive home this point. 84% of people who are sentenced for fentanyl trafficking in the US are US citizens. they're not foreigners. And again, this underscores the transnational dimension of this market. One of the main ports of entry for fentanyl into the US is Nogales. And now we have a lot of produce people in the room, and you know that Nogales is the main port of entry for produce. Now, why would Nogales be used by organized crime? Well, because they know that CBP is under added pressure of pushing that produce through into the US, right? They need to process those shipments a lot faster than they have to do other shipments. And so what we're seeing at the observatory and what is very important for this discussion is that this integration of markets is also going to just be stronger going forward. As synthetic drugs also enter the drug supply, one of the things that we're seeing is, of course, as I said, more integration between the two. And this is going to make disruption and identification harder to do because what we see in the synthetic drug market is also an increasing use of what we call dual use chemicals. So that is chemicals that are used in illicit industries, but also in illicit industries, which means, again, that this cannot be framed as this is a problem that is being exported by another country and we need to stop it in our country. It means that the solution needs to be uh, discussed, I would argue, not only between the US and Mexico, but Canada, the US, and Mexico. And Canada is important in this discussion because they also have a very or big drug market and domestic consumption as well there. So a trilateral solution, not only from the trade side, but certainly also from the security side. And I'll just close with this thought that I'll expand on later in our conversation today. I think the other very overlooked aspect of this conversation is how the border is actually where the most cost efficient, evidence driven drug policy is happening, driven largely by civil society organizations. So I would submit to you that rather than thinking of the border as this zone of crisis that needs to be stopped, when it comes to drug markets in particular, these were the most integrated work between Mexican and US actors is happening. And instead of running away from that narrative of the border, I think the private sector should embrace that because we're seeing again these cost-effective, evidence-based policy being implemented. And that's a message that should be to also be discussed in DC and not only locally at the border.
Thank you. It's interesting coming from a counterproliferation standpoint. If we look at precursor chemicals and dual-use chemicals, there is an entire architecture and rubric for tracing the precursors to sarin or VX or nerve, any nerve agent, or even getting into the biologicals. It'll be interesting to see the technology shift from counterproliferation. Fentanyl kind of is in that weird space between, a regulated weapon of mass destruction and not. And so shifting to Indigo Guevara, what technologies are proving most effective in improving situational awareness and border security while minimizing disruptions to trade? Because at the end of the day, this group, I think, is most interested, most focused on USMCA, on trade. It's fun. It is a lot of fun and interesting to dive down rabbit holes of security. But to pull it back a little bit, how do we make it work for the average American or the average Mexican citizen that just wants the price of everything to go down?
Thank you, Will. And thanks for anticipating my deep dive into the rabbit hole that is security. I'm more comfortable. You said something that I thought was really interesting in your opening remarks, which is security used to be a relationship that Mexico and the US viewed on the side. It wasn't necessarily intermixed with everything else. I remember 20 years ago when I was in government, we would look at all the theories. And I remember one of the greatest Mexicanologists in the US, Dr. John Bailey, who would describe the relationship as buckets. Right? So you had an economic bucket, you had a trade bucket, you had a education bucket, you had a security bucket. Now, what looks like it's happening is that all these buckets have been poured into one big piñata. right? And we're gonna open it up uh, in one big North American party pretty soon. Now, what Cecilia just mentioned, I thought was also really striking, which is sounds like cartels are looking at using legal trade as a conduit so that they can hide more and more their transshipments, their international shipments, and in that way take advantage of the need for speedy processes at the border, right? Uh, Maybe I'm just oversimplifying that, but I'm sure you can give us a lot more pointers there. And that's really where technology comes into effect, right? The need for enhanced surveillance systems that are not just looking at uninhabited spaces. It's relatively easy to figure out that if you got a 4x4 running across the desert and jumping through the border, it's very likely that it's either loaded with drugs if it's coming up, or it's loaded with weapons and cash if it's going. Um, so looking at enhancing the security forces capabilities is something that we've all been through, and it doesn't have to be specific to technology. It also has to do with doctrine. It also has to do with training, and it also has to do with intelligence sharing and cooperation. So as we look at the armed forces today, the Mexican armed forces, we find Mexican armed forces that have been rather starved over the past 8 years or so, that have gone through a drought that had not just been dried, but squished in a way in three main directions. One, being put in charge of creating the National Guard in Mexico. That drained them of a dramatic amount of resources and diluted their focus on counter cartels to focus on counter everything, counter any type of organized and disorganized crime throughout the country. Two, an insane focus on national critical infrastructure projects in which the armed forces were put into a pressure to build national highways, railways, ports, airports, the Navy taking over the Mexico City International Airport would be an extremely bizarre type of a role for a very inland airport. But when you study the armed forces, you begin to identify the why and the whats. Um, and lastly, putting the armed forces in charge of the administration of ports and customs offices. That is by far the most poisonous and dangerous activity that they can be relegated to. If I had a macabre plan to disfigure the ethos, the respect that Mexican society has for the armed forces, I would certainly put them in charge of that so that I can increase the temptation tenfold. And I'm just going to pause there for a minute so that we can get someone else to.
Oh, thank you. As a former soldier, I'll tell you that I agree with you completely. I don't want to be running a port. Um, it's interesting. You made the point that the use of dual use chemicals. You know, maybe if you go back to prohibition in the United States, right? So the production of alcohol is illegal. If someone was moving corn, right, that would eventually turn into corn mash, that would eventually turn into moonshine, they would move it with corn, right? And so if you're a cartel that's in synthetics, um, you don't shuttle your precursors in a very secret, special way, because from a business perspective, I'm a logistician, right? So from a business perspective, it's a lot cheaper to just move it with all the other chemicals. It doesn't become a problem until it gets to corn mash, right? Until it becomes moonshine or until it becomes fentanyl. And so the movement of chemical, that's going to create a problem that may be addressed by AI, may be addressed. It's going to have a technological solution because the precursors can slightly change across batches. And if you disrupt supply chain for one precursor, what we've seen with other problems is you just come up with a new chemical production. To Noe, as we get into that, if the situation is going to inevitably evolve into tracking precursors and things that are going to cross the border multiple times, and you've already got a Mexican military that is sort of overburdened, right? They can do anything, but they can't do everything. It's going to cause disruptions as there's sort of a herky-jerky approach to can things move across the border freely and easily. It was easier when it was cocaine, right? You grow it, you refine it, it moves as cocaine, it is cocaine. It's harder when it's ethyl methyl bad stuff, and you've got to figure out, like, is it going to be used for an appropriate purpose or not? What impacts do border disruptions have on investment decisions, nearshoring, and regional competitiveness when we have to deal with a much more complex technical chemical security environment?
Well, I think first you have to put everything into context, because with this administration, I think Indigo is 100% right. They're not looking at the relationship with Mexico in a one-dimensional way anymore. They are throwing everything into this giant piñata, as Inigo said. And trade is a leverage point, because if we want the Mexicans to do something, we have this threat of tariffs, right? Think about what the president did when he initiated his tariff regime. Two biggest trading partners, Canada and Mexico, he implemented 25% tariffs. He started doing 50% tariffs on some countries that he felt were bad actors, like China. Of course, that came back down. But the threat was out there. And so he's completely flipped the board over. And now folks are begging for 10% tariffs. So the whole dynamic has shifted. And the one thing I would disagree with the other panel, they said, well, this is only for now. It's only for this administration. But I need to remind everybody, 232s and 301s that were implemented by the Trump administration and the first Trump, Biden didn't change those. Why? Because he felt like the US did need an industrial policy. And that is what the world is shifting to right now. So I think Hector said, this is not what we signed up for when we were talking about free trade. That term is done. We are not going to go back to free trade. It's going to be called fair trade or reciprocal trade. But this idea and this notion of tariffs coming down to zero has sort of passed us by. And Lila and I were at a very exclusive dinner, I don't know, maybe 3 months ago. And we had folks from all of the offices in the White House and the administration there. We had NSC, we had the Vice President's Security Office, we had DHS, and I started with them on purpose. We also had Commerce, and we also had Treasury, and we also had USTR. But the crux of the conversation around trade in Mexico was security. What we're doing right now, is it effective? I don't know. What is the price of fentanyl on the street? It hasn't changed, right? Fentanyl is the same price. If we were impactful, the price would have dropped considerably or gone up considerably. If we were ineffective, it goes down. If we're effective, it goes up. It's remained stable. So I do think there has to be some thoughtfulness about how we're going to approach these issues on security. And I know that the pushback from a lot of the corporations that I represent right now in Washington are not making financial decisions because they don't know what the outcome is going to be, and then what their responsibility will be in this process. Because if you're talking about utilizing legal trade to move illicit products, then there is going to be a shift of responsibility on to the private sector to have and to make sure they're maintaining all of their cargo, all of their supply chain networks. And at the end of the day, the government's going to go and they're going to want to find company X or company Y responsible for any illicit products that are coming over. So this is going to increase their costs. It's going to increase your wait times at the border, which are already long. Laredo, I think, in their busiest months, has 21,000 trucks crossing over the World Trade Bridge, right? 21,000 trucks. That's a lot of cargo moving across the border. How much are we actually checking of that? I don't know, right? I went when I was working in the government. I know you mentioned that I worked in the government. I worked in the Senate, at the White House, at Treasury. And when I was at Treasury, this was before Homeland Security had gone over and taken all of Treasury's responsibilities for federal enforcement. We had 40% at Treasury of all federal law enforcement. When we would go to the border in California, in San Diego, they had warehouses full of evidence lockers. But I'm not talking about like a small evidence locker. I'm talking about football field size warehouses of all the evidence they were picking in. And they were basically saying, yeah, on a good day, we're getting about 30% of all the illicit material that's coming across the border. And that's everything. That's from, you know, small stuff like marijuana at the time, or big stuff like poison gas, you know. So you have to take a step back, put the conversations that we're having into context, especially for this administration in particular. And I think from here on out, security and trade are going to be inextricably interlocked now, because it's a leverage point. And I think companies are well aware of that. And you know, when we were in that meeting, the administration made no bones about it. Like they are not going to separate these things out. They are going to be discussed as a whole. And so there is going to have to be some shared responsibility between corporate world and the public, because in Mexico's case, you know, they're already stretched thin for resources. You know, they've seen the hit to GDP because of the current tariffs, which may not continue. Right now, we're at zero tariffs for anything that is identified as a North American product, right? If you have 75% North American product, you are free to move it going back and forth without any tariffs. The US wants to move that to 82. The Mexicans are willing to go down to 80. You know, there's going to be that discussion and that negotiation. And I don't think they're far away from each other. But the biggest thing is like, who's going to pay for the additional assurances that we're not getting the illicit trade moving across the border through legal means, through legal cargo. So, you know, I haven't even started talking about the China issues. I think those are kind of also paramount for this administration. And that is going to further complicate the negotiations. The last thing I'll say, we can have a discussion about it, but Mexico has already made steps in the right direction on Chinese products coming into Mexico and some of the tariffs. The Canadians have not. And, you know, Canadians, I would have never thought this when Trump was elected, that Canada would be the issue and not Mexico. Yeah, I should have got on Calci and bet that bet.
You know, it's interesting when you look at the banking sector and you go back, you don't have to go back very far for the introduction and enforcement of KYC, of Know Your Customer. Essentially, what you end up talking about is a KYC process for the use of dual use precursors, and how you do that. It's a relative, it wasn't easy to do in the banking sector, but it's going to be really hard to do when you get into, yeah, exactly. I look forward to your thoughts on that. But KYC for manufacturing is going to be really interesting. Know your supply chain is one thing. Know your downstream customer is going to be something very different. To shift a little bit to Dr. Selly, you know, we talk a lot about the movement of stuff, right? Of chemical precursors or produce. But the fact of the matter is human capital and the movement of workforce and the recruitment of workforce. Is you can't have conversations about manufacturing on either side of the border if you don't have conversations about the workforce and the human capital behind manufacturing and behind the logistics associated with trade. How can legal migration pathways contribute both to the economic growth and the border security objectives, maybe separately, maybe together? And what are people missing when they, have broad conversations about security or about commerce? What gets missed in that conversation when it comes to the human capital?
Let me first of all, I think, say it is oddly fun to be at a border conference. By the way, thank you for the invitation to be here. I mentioned I was coming late. By the way, I had another meeting before this. I did not forget about it. But it is sort of fun to be at a border conference where we are not starting with immigration, and we're not starting with unauthorized immigration as the major point of contention. Let me tell you how unusual that is. If we had had this conversation, and you did a year ago, this was always at the top of the agenda, right? I mean, now when you talk to policymakers, and again, we'll come back to, I think immigration still needs and migration needs to be an agenda item, right? For very positive reasons, because there's some real complementarities between the workforces in the two countries. But the issue of unauthorized immigration has suddenly just plummeted as a contention point. I think this augurs well for the future of, of discussions on legal immigration. Um, I don't know how long term that is. I guess in the long term, we're all dead, as Keynes said. Hopefully, it is sooner than that. Hopefully, it is in real time. But the fact that unauthorized immigration is not it's not even one of the top issues that's being debated right now. I remember actually early on, about almost a year ago, talking to a senior Mexican official who remained nameless, said, where's immigration? And the first thing he looks at, he says, barely an issue we talk about with the US these days. Now I think that's changed because of the unauthorized population in the US and returns and other things. It is still there for other reasons. But in terms of the things that are irritants in the relationship and are contentious and are part of that piñata, right? It's still in the piñata, but it's not as big a piece of the piñata. And let me talk about how we got here, and then I'll go to what I think the future agenda needs to be. I mean, this has long been an issue in the US-Mexico relation. It was largely about Mexicans coming to the United States for years. That started to shift, depending where you count it, 2012, 2014. 2014 is when it became noticeable with Central Americans coming. Good to see Ambassador Wayne back there. It is, you started to see in 2018, 2019, the numbers go up significantly. Then COVID hit. Then post-COVID, a huge increase. And some of it had to do with messaging and early decisions from the Biden administration. Some of it had to do with once you've lost control, once you can no longer process people, it becomes self-reinforcing, right? I mean, you lose the ability to have any consequences whatsoever, and a lot of the decisions about who got returned and who didn't became rather random, actually. If you were a family trying to cross, you had a very good chance, simply because there was nowhere to hold you and there were all sorts of restrictions, that you would be released in the interior, which created then more incentives for people to come. We saw the largest numbers ever during the Biden administration. And then the last year of the Biden administration, they kind of started to get control of things. First, really by doing three things, and I'll come back to these three things, so they're important. One is through partnerships with other countries. They were investing in those countries that were already hosting large migrant populations: Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Costa Rica. Putting money in so that they could do regularization programs and workforce programs and things so that people would be anchored in those countries. They were also working with those same countries more effectively with Mexico and Panama, but especially Mexico, on doing migration control. And Mexico began to invest in migration control, in part because of the US relationship, but in part also because there were some antibodies in Mexico to large numbers of people coming through Mexican territory, right? And particularly along certain routes. And so there was an element that was, yes, about the US pressuring Mexico, but there was an element that was also the Mexican government responding to public opinion on this. Secondly, they reduced access to asylum between ports of entry. It became almost impossible to get asylum between ports of entry. There was an orderly system which could have been much more orderly and probably a little more restricted, but there was something of an orderly system to apply for asylum at ports of entry. It really was not an asylum system. It was a lottery, which has its own complications. But let's call it an sort of orderly asylum system, but it certainly reduced the number of people who thought they could just get in, right? While preserving some access to asylum. And finally, there were creation of other pathways for humanitarian protection, right, for people to come across the border. That combination brought the numbers way down. You then get the Trump administration a year and a half ago, a little less than a year and a half ago, coming in, getting rid of the asylum system entirely at the border, including what was CBP-1, the entrance, the sort of the orderly part, mostly orderly part of the orderly system, getting rid of the pathways, but also sending a very strong messaging about if you get in, you're likely to get deported, right? And sort of a sense of, leaning into an enforcement strategy that, I think has some elements that, going forward, we probably have underinvested in enforcement, but some elements that are also deeply disruptive for the economy and for the society. My guess is that at some point, and leaning heavily into third country deportations to scare people off. So, moved from the idea that you open up some pathways, but also do control, to no pathways, lots of control, and lots of things that scare people. My guess is going forward, we will reset somewhere between the two. And whether it is another Republican administration or it's a Democratic administration, I find it very hard to believe that anyone is going to turn on the asylum system in the way it was once there, right? I mean, we can debate the legality of it, we can debate the normative aspects of it. I just don't see as an analyst that any government coming, any administration coming in is going, unless the courts force it. But even then, I think they will pull other cards out of their, sheath to try and figure out how to do this. Will want to turn on large scale asylum. You could see some administrations maybe wanting to have asylum as with a high standard for certain cases, maybe for people who have not gone through, certainly for contiguous countries, for Mexicans and Canadians. But, if you've gone through Costa Rica and Mexico that have asylum systems and you reach the US border, probably a pretty high standard to be able to apply for asylum, right? I think there's going to be a de facto safe third country arrangement. I guess it could be done. There may simply not be asylum at all, but at most, I would suspect there would be some sort of safe third country arrangement in place, and probably eventually put into law if there's ever a negotiation in Congress. I think that opens the question then of, do you return to more explicit cooperation with other countries, both on migration control, but also on migration hosting? Because what we've seen in some of the countries in Latin America, like Ecuador, stopped as soon as it did not have money coming in. There were basically US money donated through UN agencies, pulled away from regularization. You've seen Colombia closing down some of the efforts that they'd been doing to try and integrate Venezuelan migrants in the workforce. I mean, there's sort of been a pulling away from this. I think you will see some reinvestment in that. I at least hope so. I think that's a worthwhile thing to do. I think part of our humanitarian protection obligation should recognize regional solutions as being optimal. And hopefully we begin thinking about other pathways again, refugee resettlement, or other ways of approaching it in much less, and here I think tempering expectations of anyone who says, oh, we're going to go back to CHNB. My guess is tempering the numbers, right? I mean, my guess is there'll be numbers that are somewhat scaled down, closer to what we had with refugee resettlement than what you saw with the pathways with Biden, right? Something along the model, if I were to throw this out there for those of you that follow this issue more, I mean, something like was being done on the protection transfer arrangement in Central America, where there was very quiet, very few people know what this is, but it was before this actually started under the Trump administration, I believe. Early on was the idea that there would be screening, very discreet screening. The first Trump administration might have even started under the Obama administration. I think the end of Obama, and then was kept during the first Trump. Very discreet screening by UN agencies and by consulates for people who had protection needs in Central America, who could then be channeled for refugee resettlement or for parole into the US to apply for asylum. But it got up to 1,000 people a year or so. I mean, it was smaller numbers of people with very manifest cases of protection, right? Clear persecution, clear insecurity. If they needed immediate protection, they were sent to Costa Rica. So there are ways of doing this that are less whole scale and don't require bringing people to borders. And then we get to the question you asked, Doctor, which I think is the key question, which is, we have really complementary workforces, right? I mean, the US, this is somewhat different with Canada. Love Canada. We have other complementarities with Canada, but the economies are much more similar, right? And so between the US and Mexico, you still have you have interesting complementary. I mean, first of all, obviously a more high skilled workforce here, still less of a high skilled workforce in Mexico, so people willing to do things like agriculture and other parts of work that isn't in the US. But you also have more engineers per capita in Mexico than you do in the United States, right? You also do have a high skilled workforce. It is variable on the skill levels. An engineer trained at Tec de Monterrey may be different from an engineer who's trained in a mostly rural university, provincial university. So, but different ranges, and a lot of people who will fit into things. I was talking to someone from an agricultural company the other day who said to me, the people we're going to need are folks that are actually we're going to need fewer farm workers. We're going to need more people who know how to handle a machine. And so there's some real complementarities. And some of the Mexican engineers would be perfect if we could recruit them under TN visas. I hope the next conversation we start having is the legal immigration. How do we figure out how those complementarities work? The US is getting older. And I hope the next conversation, eventually, once the border stays quiet for a while, we do get to a conversation about what happens to Mexicans and others who have been in this country a long time without documents. The cutoff could be 10 years, it could be 15 years, it could be 5 years, it could be spouses of US citizens, it could be employers hiring the workers they already have. There's lots of creative ways of doing this. Certainly could be DACA. Lots of things that we could do that American public would see as sort of justifying people who are already integrated in society. But that's another complementarity. We've got a lot of Mexicans and others in this country who are already part of our workforce, but they would be slightly more productive and their kids would have more opportunities who are growing up as Americans if we brought them out of the shadows and into the full workforce.
So we've got a few minutes left. I'd love to take some questions.
So my question is about the defense budget. Mexico defense budget to the GDP is only 0.7%. It is very low for a $2 trillion economy. It is the lowest of all countries. So why isn't Mexico looking to increase that defense budget, considering they've increased the police budget? But why not the defense budget? Why is there like a shortage of it? What's going on?
Thank you. That is an excellent question. 0.7% of GDP. For everyone, the world used to spend 2% of GDP worldwide. Some countries would spend a lot more, in the teens even, mostly authoritarian countries where there's no need for a congressional budget approval, etc. In the case of Mexico, Mexico has spent between 0.45 and 0.75% over the past 50 years, at least. There was a big push in 2013 by the military to try to get a national defense policy in motion that would require the government to spend at least 1% of GDP, which would still be half, right? Since 2022, the world has gone up to spend around 2.4% of GDP. So that's a dramatic increase, by the way. That's a 20% increase across the board. In the case of Mexico, the main problem has to do with congressional approval for several defense programs. Over the past 50 years, Mexican political forces have not wanted to have a strong military. They wanted to have a military that can do internal security, that can do national disaster response. Yes, that's probably been at the top of the agenda, and that has token military conventional equipment, but not necessarily the levels that a G20 country would definitely need. The highest increase in spending for Mexico was 2024, which went up to 1%, 1.2% of GDP. And that was because the government poured everything in to pay for the Maya train, to pay for the Felipe Angeles airport, to pay for a whole bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with military spending. So the question you ask is the right question. Why isn't there a policy in place to spend a minimum amount of GDP in Mexico's armed forces? And I think that's a very valid question that I will continue to push and ask the Mexican society.
Next question. Mike, he'll go next.
All right. This is for anybody on the panel, knowing maybe you want to respond to it. Dr. Sheila, you talked about the dismantling of CBP-1. And I remember at the time I thought, I was thinking what you were thinking was, well, it's mostly orderly. And I thought that's what we were trying to do, is get rid of these asylum claims between ports of entry. Then, as you said, the administration came in and said, no, we're shutting the whole thing down. What's the best case for shutting it down? Why does it need to be? Like, I'm skeptical of it, but if there's a good argument, I'm here for it.
Argument on it was that there should be no asylum at the border, right? People should be applying in other countries. The U.S. law does say that we have to have an asylum system that could be changed. We have an international agreement, under the Refugee Convention that says we have to do that at least for contiguous countries. There's some question about how far out it extends. But that's their argument. But I think you have seen a shift from a Biden administration that saw, and again, there was no consensus, but I think saw restrictions on immigration as being anti-immigrant and anti-Latino, and outside any restrictions on asylum it took them a very long time to get to the point of restricting it all and creating an orderly system was sort of, inappropriate for our international obligations to an administration. And that turned out not to be popular, by the way, right? That purely was a campaign issue that helped Donald Trump get elected. Democrats hopefully have learned from that. You have Donald Trump come in with at least a current of the administration that seems to be ascendant, who feels that any immigration is too much immigration, very limited immigration, and we should really focus on getting people out. That turns out not to be terribly popular either, by the way. I mean, this is sort of, I think you've seen a pendulum swing from one side very far out of where Americans were comfortable with the pace of immigration to an attitude of throwing people out who folks see as their neighbors, right? And by the way, employers worry about this because employers are worrying about where their workers are coming from. So, this is probably rowing against our own economic interests as well. So I think you will see some token return to asylum at the border to keep a facade of compliance with international norms. But I'd be surprised that any administration, no matter how sort of they wanted to lean into immigration, would not privilege first other forms of humanitarian protection, just because it's so hard to control once, even if you open it up a little bit. I think it's hard to control it. They may open up a little more over time, but I would guess they lean in on regional cooperation, helping other countries. They lean in on pathways. But in the end, it comes down, if you really want to deal with the legal immigration question, you have to take the unauthorized immigration question off the table.
Thank you. Sir? Last question, I'm afraid. Okay, and I'll double up. I'll make it a twofer. One has to do with the Cassidy Act, which when he didn't win his election, that's been memorialized in the recent trade enforcement edict that came out of CBP that we're all dealing with now. Your impressions on how that's going to impact security and cost of security for customs brokers and transportation on the southern border. The second part of that, since we never got NAFTA trucking through, we're dealing with the definition and enforcement of cabotage in relation to B1 visas and severe shortages of truckers in North America to deal with trade. So in the context of USMCA, are we going to have some discussion about NAFTA trucking
vis-a-vis security and drivers and their ability to go international?
Go ahead.
That's a great point, Russ. I think you're probably well aware that most drivers, truck drivers, I think it's over 50% now, are eligible for retirement today. And there is no pipeline to replace those truck drivers. It is a very tough job. The youth have to go through a ton of hurdles, and the barriers to entry are the drug testing. 37 states allow for the use of THC. And a lot of the kids that are going into truck driving fail their drug test. So it's kind of like you're in a circular firing squad right now. We just had a fly-in for the Woodpack, which is all of the pallet makers in the US. 90% of commerce moves on a pallet. Next time you're at Costco, you won't be able to not look at them. Like, pallets are everywhere. Anyone that's familiar with trade or the border knows that your produce runs on a pallet. Everything that Walmart buys runs on a pallet. Everything that HEB buys runs on a pallet. And we had this same issue come up to have this discussion with members of Congress. And this is all goes back to, I think, the workforce issues as well. We are not prepared for the disruption that's going to come with the advent of AI. We are not prepared for the dropping fertility rates that we're having in this country, but not just in the US. The reason that net migration has gone the other way, right? It's the first time in the history of our country where more people are leaving than coming. And that says something, because I'm a big Reagan guy. And I always felt like, people would sacrifice everything to try to get to the United States of America. But we've had a massive paradigm shift, and not just here in the States, but globally. And I think it's impacting all of us. So your truck driver issue is bigger and broader than just truck drivers. It's about workforce. Like, where are we going to get the workforce? Mexico doesn't have workforce. Mexico used to have, what was it, Jerry? 7.2, 7.8, something like that, of children per female. It has dropped the fastest in modern history of any other country, right? They're all the way down to almost just replacement rates. 1.6, below replacement rate. The United States, for the 6th year in a row, fertility rates are down. So you pose a very good question. I think technology will eventually get there where you won't need a truck driver, because we'll have autonomous vehicles on the road, right? We're getting close, but we're still far, far away from that. We're still another 30, 40 years away. I think everybody thinks it's like right around the corner. It's right around the corner. All this stuff is going to happen. In order to grow an economy in a capitalist system, you need people, and your people need to grow as the economy grows. And everyone around the world, except for the continent of Africa, is all going in the wrong direction. So you're preaching to the choir up here. We were out lobbying Congress to try to get them to initiate, some workforce training, to potentially change some of the restrictions around commercial licenses. And, of course, when you go and meet with these members, everybody's, yeah, we're with you. And then when it comes time to drop a bill, your friends are few and far between. And that's the juxtaposition that we're in right now. You've got a lot of labor unions that are pushing against allowing for the migration of labor, because when we initially thought about NAFTA, and Jerry knows this because I wasn't around, but he was around for the first agreement, that this essentially was going to create a free trade zone and a free movement zone. The reason we had illegal immigration is because people were coming to the United States to work. If we had a circular migration program, they would have gladly gone back home. They would have come, done their job, and went back home, right? So none of that's going to change under the current paradigm. I think it's going to get, sorry, Russ, worse.
Well, on that note, We're gonna wrap up for lunch.
Actually, can I just?
Yeah, please.
I just want to add some parting thoughts to this group. And as people who conduct business at the border, you understand that security is not just about the protection of physical infrastructure in the country, that it's about having a business friendly environment. And I think this really brings to the table the conversation of firearms trafficking from the US to Mexico. You understand there's no reason why organized crime should have access to 50 caliber weapons. And so in this piñata, where all these things are mixed, trade, security, economy, this is a conversation and a leverage point that I really believe the business sector has, especially in the context of the foreign terrorist organization designation, right? You want me to be safe about my supply chains. You want me to understand what this is. You also have to help me about having a business friendly environment. And that also means reducing the supply of arms trafficked from the US to Mexico. And so this is not a separate conversation from trade or the economy. This is very much at the heart of that. And I'll end with this thought. When I testified in Congress, I posed this idea. To the extent that it is very easy to access firearms in the US, this functions as a subsidy to organized crime. And you really don't want to be subsidizing their business costs, right? You don't want to make it easy for them and cheap for them to access these firearms. It should be very difficult for any criminal group, anyone to have a 50 caliber weapon, any criminal actor, right? And so this is really part of a central conversation of how do we think of a safe North America and North America that has been envisioned also in this America First policy. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
One last thought. As I interviewed a very high level Mexican military official, and I asked him, what keeps you up at night? You know? And he said, well, three things. One, 50 caliber ammunition pouring across the border, and that's decimating our troops. Drones, drones that are being used to attack Mexican soldiers, and that can be used as well to surveil and attack US officers at the border. And third, a unilateral US strike or military activity in Mexico, because that would break the piñata. Thanks.
Thank you to the members of the panel and to the audience, and enjoy your lunch.
All right. Quickly, just to clarify, the lunch break is a little later. We're going to go directly into the next panel. Sorry about that, Doc. Thank you.
How are you? Good to see you. Yeah.
I'll just give you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get us started right away. Please have a seat. Promised land.
waiting for lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I know we're competing with lunch, so we'll keep it brief and energetic and to the point. My name is Ruben Mancha. I'm a professor of information systems at Babson College. I am a technologist. I study how technology transforms organizations and how companies use technology to create value. And we have a very exciting panel today to discuss the impact that emerging technologies like artificial intelligence are having at the border. So we have with us today Justin Wayne, Director of Government Affairs at Altana. We have Francisco Mere, founder and CEO of Bloom's Trade, and Alan Gina, president and co-founder of CTS Strategies. So I want to jump in immediately into discussion because we only have about 35 minutes to cover some really important topics today. But I want to start with one thought, one that comes from my own observations. As I said, I study how technology transforms organizations and settings. And I want to highlight that technology is never neutral. Technology comes into place and always changes the context. So something that I want to highlight in this panel is how technology, artificial intelligence in particular, is going to come into the border and change the border and change the way we trade, the way we move people, the way we move cargo, and the way vehicles move around. And the border, in a way, is going to stop existing only at the border and it's going to start existing in databases. And we want to understand the impact that models and data quality will have on that new trading paradigm where the border itself may exist in multiple places. So I'm going to get started just by opening up to all of you to get a quick introduction. Please take a few minutes just to tell us a little bit about your work in this space and what you see as the most important opportunity and the most important risk in using AI and digital trade tools to build a smarter US-Mexico border. So maybe we can start with you, Justin.
Well, good afternoon, and hope everyone can hear me okay. I'm also a New Yorker, so I can speak loudly if I need to. At Altana, what we are building is a shared dynamic map of what global supply chains and global trade looks like. And that means it is constantly evolving. That also means it is based on data points that exist somewhere in the world. So we're taking billions of publicly and privately available data points, putting them on our shared graph, and we're allowing everyone to get the mutual benefit out of that technology in order to facilitate trade, prove compliance with your trade, go multi-tier deep in your supply chains, your value chains, whether that's forced labor, USMCA, whatever it may be. From a private enterprise standpoint, be able to prove compliance and therefore facilitate your actual customs transaction quicker. And from a government standpoint, be able to have visibility into goods in a way that you never did before, to be able to enforce whatever your laws and regulations may be. So again, from forced labor, component pieces, but the idea of all of it in the end is how do we actually facilitate trade in a better and more efficient way, utilizing AI and utilizing technology. But from an opportunity standpoint, I'll agree with what you said in your preface, in your intro. Our idea is to sort of find a way where you can take away the physical line that exists from a trade standpoint and from a border standpoint on trade and put it into a network where everyone can see the same thing, everyone can talk up and downstream and between different government regulators, and therefore you are enabling trusted trade to take place. I think the biggest threat in that is that the US and Mexico adopt different systems that don't talk to each other. And that would be an enormous mistake on both parts. If you want to have true trusted trade where you're seeing the same thing, you'd be operating off of the same data set.
I'll do a quick follow-up because Altana does something very interesting that is called federated learning. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about why federated learning and does it actually solve the data governance problem?
So federated learning is sort of flipping the traditional AI model up. Normally in an AI model, you'd be bringing a massive amount of data into the model itself and then digesting it at that central point. With federated learning, we are actually bringing the model to the data. And that allows for whether it's a private enterprise to keep their proprietary information within their siloed part of the graph, or whether it's CBP or Mexican Customs keeping their algorithm or whatever they view as proprietary. Nothing is that you don't want the other side to see get shared, but the basics of what everyone is seeing from a product movement around the world gets shared. And so what you have in the end is really sort of a Google Maps of global trade, right? If you're driving down 395 and you see an accident, you can log that accident. Everyone around you sees that an accident has occurred, but no one knows it was you who logged that accident. So you're maintaining sovereignty, both private enterprise and from a government sector, but you're allowing everyone to get a mutual learn.
Thank you. Francisco.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Happy to be here. So Blue Trade, what we do, we're a company whose mission is to boost and make more stable the food supply to North America, to the US and Canada, particularly in the produce industry. And how do we do that? We provide both liquidity facilities to the supply chain so that it can get faster the produce to the market. And two, we also provide, use technology, use AI to provide trust in the system. And what I do by that, what I mean by that is we, understand and underwrite the risk on the U.S. buyer so that the supplier from Mexico can, be more secure sending the product. B, in the previous panel, there was some conversation about KYC. We do actually do KYC on the Mexican suppliers so that the U.S. buyer can again be more comfortable that it's not buying from El Chapo. And third, we provide also, we basically digitalize and understand all the mess in the documentation that is not structured necessarily to create a more stable flow of information on all the documentation that entails cross-border, and actually that helps sort of transform operational asset, which is an avocado, into actual banking asset. And why do we do that? Well, as you know, the demand for products in the U.S. is not only tremendous, about $100 billion a year get consumed, and is expected to grow. And that trend is not only linked to just basic eating habits, but also the rise of GLP-1 medicine is actually pushing forward more consumption of products, also protein, and I don't want to go into the screw worm debate. I'm not involved in that, but so that's what we do. What is the most important opportunity we see, as Justin said, creating a border that is interoperable in terms of data, that the border, as you mentioned, Ruben, is not necessarily physically in the border. And I think the sort of the bigger risk is something that also was mentioned in the panel before, that we end up sort of like when you think about compliance and when you think about technology and surveillance and AI, most of the discussion today is being towards security, and not necessarily sort of like a business friendly solution. And we have to think that when you talk about cross-border trade, I mean, we always think about manufacturing and automobile, and that's huge companies. But when you look at some other the companies that actually put food on our table, this is basically SMEs on both sides of the border. And this is very important to have this being accessible to them, and also market friendly.
A quick follow-up on what you just said, because you build for the products exported in Michoacan. We want to understand, what is the biggest border friction your customers face these days?
Well, as was mentioned in the previous panel, well,
the sheer volume of trucks that cross the border every day is tremendous. And produce is a perishable product. And of course, they need to, I mean, not only the Michoacan growers, but the tomato growers. I mean, I'm sure many of you go to the supermarket and get the pinch on the price of some of these groceries. And the thing is, it has to go fast because this is a perishable. It's not the thing that just a car can stay. I mean, it costs money, but it can stay, a week or so on the border. The produce cannot, and not only leads to sort of like a hit, an economic hit for the grower, the consumer. There is food waste. So we really need to streamline that, and again, in a fashion that is accessible to all players.
Thank you. Alan, please.
Great. So I'm the practitioner. I have no advanced degree. Most of the conversation this morning was probably over my head. I spent over 30 years at the U.S. Customs Service and then Customs and Border Protection. Company that I co-founded, we just continue to support the mission, both domestically and internationally. And we focus on cross-border movement of people, cargo, conveyances, and intellectual property. Simplified the entire trade community. Sometimes they get insulted by that, but that's the simplification. I have to deviate. I'm also a New Yorker, so I have to deviate. I've been sitting in the back, that gentleman right behind him, since early this morning. And I don't really get it. Why does everybody refer to the table? We need to get to the table. Why can't we get to the table? Is that a metaphor? Why don't you just say White House? White House doesn't want you. I did a presentation for trade association. I'll leave them named. I told them they were looking for some sophisticated response. I said, your collateral damage. It's not an unintended consequence. Look up collateral damage in the dictionary. This is an administration that tells their members to go home and not have town hall meetings. So somebody challenged me, and I'm going to use acronyms. Hopefully everybody in this room understands the acronym. This administration, I'm not going to tell you who I voted. I'm just black and white. They did away with the IPAC, Intellectual Property Enforcement Court. Did away initially with the Commercial Operations Advisory. It's the only thing governed by FACA law where every 3 months CBP has to engage with 20 members of the trade, like on 2-year term. They just did away with it. They did away with the trade rep at CBP. I don't want to name the young gentleman's name. He was actually doing a great job, but I guess he was engaging too much, so they let him retire when they also fired Trade Assistant Secretary. He walked away from the WTO. Most of you know the WTO is ministerial level. Walked basically away from the WCO, which we finally, after many years, Ian Saunders, we have the U.S. rep, very qualified as the Secretary General in the U.S. government, decide we're not going to pay them. They basically neutralized it. And at the last CBP hosts a trade and securities summit every year. At the last one in New Orleans, it was completely scripted by the administration. CBP was those who were maybe there. Very first two minutes, CBP person. You can almost say metaphorically, he had a gun to his head. Had to say, we're not here to discuss trade policy. It was 1,200 from the trade have gone to that symposium since 9/11 solely to discuss trade policy. It was dictated by the DHS. Will not discuss trade policy. So yes, your collateral damage. If nobody else was willing to say it, I have to say it. Most challenging, probably on the board, AI hallucinates. So there's really a challenge with false positives. Altana is very respected. Gentleman, former Commissioner Thurston, is associated with them. But the concern is, somebody asked how much gets examined. A the sheer volume of cargo, maybe 2%. But remember, a previous administration wanted us to double the workload. We said that's absolutely impossible. And it was the White House calling us. And I said, it doesn't matter what you say or what you do. We physically can't increase the amount of examinations. So that term of art, false positives, really creates a challenge. So until CBP or any government agency has the patience, let AI learn the environment, probably never going to get to a confidence level sufficient enough to be fully embraced by CBP. They're attempting to apply AI to all the large-scale imaging equipment that is used at the border. And everybody thinks it's so easy. It's not. It's extremely complex. The easiest, based on physicists from MIT, if you have under vehicle imaging and x-ray, because then you can just go to the automotive companies, give us your schematics for the undercarriage of every vehicle. It's a lot, but it's finite. And then you can deviate. AI will easily pick up. But when you're doing it top down or side in, scatter of things inside a person's car. Think about your own car, especially if you have kids. There's all kinds of stuff in that car, and there's all kinds of things in the trunk. So I, as a former officer who used to work at the ports of entry, I'm really rooting for AI. I really am, on the sake of my colleagues. But it's much more complicated than most people.
Can I provide it?
Thank you, Alan. Yes, of course.
So I just want to differentiate because I agree with most of what you said. I just differentiate, what
Obviously, a New Yorker and
Yeah.
another New Yorker.
what applied AI is doing, right? So again, we're applied AI. We're taking data points that exist, illuminating them and linking them in ways that private enterprise may not even know their linkage exists, right? So I agree with you on what you're saying for non-intrusive, inspection. What that AI is guessing, right? It's trying to learn and guess. We're taking actual data points and linking them together. Where I would say we're most helpful to the officers in the field is as an enforcement tool, as a compliance tool, if we can narrow that needle in the haystack for CBP officers, if they can trust what they are seeing in our system is factual, then it actually allows them to pre-validate goods, trusted goods to come into the country, and lets them focus on the things you're talking about. Lets them focus on narcotics, lets them focus on fentanyl precursors, human smuggling. Right now we're primarily focused on, sea ports of entry, right? Container ships, things like that. In an ideal world, as CBP embraces this technology, utilizes product passports and other tools more, it's actually freeing up CBP officers to go to Laredo, go to other land ports of entry, and churn through the backlog there much quicker.
Yes.
Can I add something? I fully agree with what Justin just said, in the sense that, and also what you said in the whole thing. So I'm not a New Yorker. I went to school in New York, so so anyway.
As long as you're a Knicks fan tonight, we'll all take it.
Exactly. Okay. No. So no. So the point that I wanted to make is, I think the big challenge, and I think I would say the wrong way to go is, like, if the government want to implement this, because this is a huge endeavor, and I think it's best suited if companies like your company, my company, are doing the job and creating this interoperable system that then can be used by authorities. And let me, I come from the banking world. So one of the things that I think fairly works well in Europe is the whole open banking system, where you don't have the government overseeing that system, but rather regulating the private companies that are creating the environment to do open banking. So I mean, it's not, maybe it's not a perfect analogy, but that's the way I think the government should go about.
Thank you. Good points. I want to take a step back now that you have mentioned trust and the role of the private sector. Maybe we can go back to trust and try to define trust in the context of trade. because trusted data flows and algorithmic accountability do a lot of work in panels like this. But what would you have to be finding through technically, operationally, and legally for US-Mexico data sharing arrangements at the border that deserves to be trusted, the word trusted? And I'd like to start with Alan, if you don't mind.
So there are arrangements. There's customs mutual assistance arrangements, CMAAs throughout the world, and the U.S. Customs has one with Mexican aduanas. There's also other partnerships between the two agencies on a regular recurring basis. I mean, the port directors along the southwest border have relationships with the port directors on the Mexican side of the border. You know, they try to coordinate their activities. I mean, I think the bigger challenge is the fact that the geography and the industry, there's a thing called peaking and, you know, when there's backlogs. In fairness to CBP, everybody says we need to get things across the border quicker. We need to get things. I agree. So CBP once, I think it was Tom Winkowski was the deputy commissioner. He said, I'll open the port 24/7. Nobody came because when they came, the warehouses on the other side were closed. They didn't want to pay the drivers, you know, differential at night. So the industry, it's like the airline industry. You go to the airport at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the wait line is around and outside Dulles Airport, but you go at 2 a.m. in the morning. So it's the infrastructure and the trade community has to meet CBP to a certain degree. And CBP says, okay, we'll put in the large scale imaging equipment. We'll do this. They have trusted trader program. It's called CTPAT. 11,000 companies are in compliance or part of the program. It represents over 50% of all trade by value, not by value, but by volume. And it exists. But then there's also the other part that nobody ever wants to talk about. Most of the people in the trade community want to be part of CTPAT, but there's a trade compliance. And I'll bet 90% of the people in this room don't know the nuance. CTPAT is trying to stop narcotics in a shipment. Every shipment offers an opportunity for that conveyance, that container to introduce narcotics into the US. But then there's also are the people paying the right duty, taxes, and taxes? Are their products classified correctly? So 11,000 on CTPAT, maybe 250 on the trade compliance. Nobody wants to open their books to CBP. I open my books to get into, you know, global entry. Whatever you want, you can have any information I have. I just came back from Europe. I landed at the airport and I didn't even have to go to the kiosk. The officer said, oh, Al, Rita, Gina, yeah. It just took me that long to get my signal. Oh, you're already cleared. You could leave. So if they want clearance and the trade community wants clearance, give CBP what you need, but very few do.
Thank you. Justin, any thoughts on trust?
You know, I don't think that was an intentional pass to me for a layup, but I'll take it. You know, that's exactly what we offer with our product passport, right? The ability for a private enterprise to show their full value chain, subject it to continuous AI monitoring, show it to CBP in real time, and in exchange for that, get a pre-validation of their goods that are low threat, no threat, so that they can be expedited into the country. You know, a green lane, you know, called global entry for goods. But you know, the idea that that companies that want to do the right thing, which is the vast majority of companies, and want to share more information, are being held back from doing so, is a problem. And so we're trying to solve for that. I'll give the leadership at CBP credit that they've been forward leaning to the extent that they're able to be under the law right now to embrace some of these solutions. But you know, going back to your original question, I think one of the things we need to start with is there needs to be a common ontology, a common harmonization between Mexico and the US about, you know, what we're seeing, right? Entity X or good Y needs to mean the same thing to Mexican officials as it does to American officials. And so one of the things that we do with our platform is create that harmonization. But at the end of the day, there is a virtuous cycle that can occur on trust, but it starts with transparency. It starts with seeing data, agreeing what we're seeing in the data, and then transparency builds trust. Trust builds prosperity for everyone.
Thank you. Going back to Francisco's point about the use of private data, one unique, interesting dynamic that we see emerge with digital technologies in the case of cross-border settings is that enforcement and facilitation are not opposites anymore. We have risk models that tell us how to direct our resources and what type of decisions require more data or less data. So Bloom's use multi-agent AI to digitize and verify cross-border documentation, generating trusted data flows in the private sector. Now, from a CVP and supply chain visibility perspective, how should government agencies better integrate these privately generated flows to expedite enforcement and facilitation?
I think, first of all, I mean, one of the biggest challenge that we have, and that's why we created all these multi-agent platform, is the fact that documentation is not necessarily homogeneous across the border. So we really have to, and in order to basically avoid any hallucination, that's why we're building specific agents that verify a specific documentation. But that is complicated. That's a little expensive. So I think one step is, as Justin said, sort of try to harmonize the standards and the documentation. And the other thing that I think is very important also I will go even to be more trusted the AI, is to have more APIs open to access documentation and origin. I mean, we can do that very easily in Mexico. I mean, there's a way to basically link to the customs and sort of like the Mexican and the IRS through APIs, and we can get the information right from the source. It's not that clear that we can do that in the US side, and that will basically to create a huge advantage and opportunity.
Thank you. Justin, any follow-up for Altana?
No, I mean,
Can I just add something that maybe my colleague New Yorker may be able to, in a more sophisticated way, explain it? Also, with the ingest of data, depends on what part of the country you grew up in, radiator. CBP is the largest law enforcement agency in the country. It's got 67,000 employees, right? They don't have data scientists. So everybody talks about ingesting all this data. Second to the DOD, I think CBP collects more data. They have their own organic data. They have law enforcement data. They have data from the high side, data from the low side. They buy data from Dun & Bradstreet, LexisNexis, Thomson Reuters, and they all ingest it. And so, but they quickly realize they don't have the personnel that, and this isn't a derogatory remark, they just don't have data scientists. And if you want to go look up, if anybody wants to bid on it, there's a draft RFP that just came out in May, I think, of this year. And it's asking for specifically 17 data scientists. They have to have advanced degrees. Some have to have PhDs, and they all have to have numerous years of experience in the field doing that type of work. Of the 67,000 CBP people, I can honestly tell you, not one person would be qualified internally. So they do have to look to the outside, and they are looking for the outside. So I think Altana and other companies might be able to help CBP get to where they need. So for anybody who's thinking CBP isn't recognizing their own deficiencies, generally we would say most of the crises, at least when I was at the agency, are mostly self-imposed. So they understand their shortcomings and obviously are seeking assistance.
Thank you, Alan. That was a great addition.
I would just add one more piece to that, which is that, and CBP, I think, recognizes as well, which is the primary tool that they utilize from a customs function for bringing goods into the country, the automated commercial environment, was just not built for modern modern trade. It wasn't built for the trade architecture that exists today. And I think one of the previous panelists talked about, you know, what the Trump administration has put in place from tariffs and other measures, and said that that's not going away anytime soon. I completely agree with that. I worked in Democratic politics for 2 decades. I don't think a next Democratic administration is suddenly rolling back steel tariffs or other things, right? So, you know, one way or another, CBP is going to have to find a way to have an infrastructure, a technology infrastructure that can actually meet 21st century and looking forward global trade. And one thing we're not talking about in all of this, by the way, is that China is building all of this. So, and has in fact built it out in many ways. So, you know, now is the window for the U.S., for Mexico, for like-minded allies to actually be on a shared network that is commercially, commercially built, because that is adaptable, it's agile, it's also going to be deployable in a way that, you know, if CBP builds a new system, will take a decade to build, cost billions of dollars, and the second that it is deployed is already outdated. So, you know, this is a real opportunity to embrace commercially available solutions in a way that frankly never existed before across the U.S. government.
Thank you. I would like to go back to Alan. You brought a really important issue about digital maturity. So maybe we can reflect US and Mexican customs agencies have very different digital maturity levels. And data protection regimes are also very different. Is the realistic path interoperability through a shared standard, or are we outsourcing the connective tissue to a private platform? And what is lost and gained either way?
So do you, to validate that we didn't get the questions ahead of time. So you're talking about have different legalities and different issues that they have to deal with. Yes. Well, there was an opportunity right after 9/11. Everybody thought that we were going to create a European perimeter security. And that if you entered Canada or if you entered Mexico, you would be able to come into the United States. I was just in Europe, right? So I was going to Italy, but we landed in Switzerland, in Zurich, took the circuitous route. But then I was cleared into that community. So my wife, who generally for 30 years tried to ignore my career, said, explain this. How come we didn't have to clear customs in Italy? And I said, well, it's like landing in New York. Once you're cleared in New York, you can go to any of the 50 states. You don't have to be cleared again into the country. So there was an opportunity to try to harmonize, and then that would alleviate all the congestion on the respective borders, north and south. It sounds great on paper, like many things sound great on paper, but the complexities are whose laws are going to be enforced. They were different. One really challenging part was the immigration. How are you going to harmonize the immigration between the three countries? And to your point, if I'm answering the question correctly, it created the same complexities even more recently with Canada, when, you know, Canada legalized marijuana to a certain degree, but the US still maintained that if somebody crossing the border from Canada where it's perfectly legal, you're going to be arrested for smuggling marijuana, even though we allow it in whatever, 23 states or 24. So there's going to be those challenges, but they're overcome. I really believe it's all about communication. I feel bad for my former colleagues. We would go, as the former assistant commissioner for trade, I would go to those symposiums and I would self-admit that the 30 years or 40 years experience of those 1,200 people in the audience, I wasn't asking them to co-manage the agency with me, but we needed to co-create the policies. I would get challenged. People would stand up and say, Mr. Gina, that may be really efficient for CBP, but you just incurred a burden on the trade community. So our policy was always do no harm, do no harm. I don't believe that's the same approach by the current administration. I'm proud to be an American. We have a democracy. I guess the American people can decide in November whether we should continue with that same type of approach.
Thank you. I'll go back to discuss something that was brought up in previous panels about artificial intelligence and small business and agility. We often hear how the need for a strict AI governance and policy guardrails at the national level. How do we balance those frameworks with the need for the agile AI-driven tools that SMEs need to survive? Cross-border friction, especially in perishable supply chains like produce, where two-week clearance, as you said earlier, delay is a difference between a sale and a loss. So Francisco, if you may start.
Yeah, I think it lies on the fact that what I mentioned before, and I think what Altana is doing in the sense of, uh, the best way to approach this is having private corporations helping the both governments do the compliance and surveillance. And that what that means is, maybe I regret of saying this, but it's sort of like, having us the burden of compliance, as opposed to the SMEs and these companies, is the thing that is going to both help the adoption of this technology, of course, modernize the border, and three, make it affordable, because I think the big discussion, and just I mean, we're seeing kind of the end of the subsidy to AI, and it's a great divide. So you have all these small companies that will not necessarily don't have the personnel to deal with that, but then they won't have the pockets to do this. So I think that the way to do that is again recognize that there are private corporations that can help on this, trust them. Maybe, of course, some regulation to those companies in the sense of how you use the data and the AI, and I believe that's the way to go.
Thank you. Any other thought from Alan or Justin?
I think that AI in this sense, and certainly for Altana, is actually democratizing, the usage for small businesses, right? Historically, if you were going to have complex supply chains with, in your Fortune 100 company, it was a slow, arduous, and expensive process to be able to have a technology compliance solution, right? Now, if you're a small business, you're a tier 2 supplier to a major automotive company, but they're using something like a product passport. You actually, as a small business, get the inherent trust of being in the system, right? You get the upstream and the downstream connective tissue to who else is using your product. And therefore, you inherently are part of this trusted network, without actually having burdensome costs added to you from a compliance perspective.
Thank you. Love to have more time to dig deeper.
One thing, because I need to give a shout out to anybody who's a customs broker in the audience. I think there was an allusion, somebody alluded to it earlier, but regarding data integrity, most of that data is coming through a licensed customs broker who represents like 98, I think the NCBFAA would say, the community represents 98% of all the trade coming in. And compliments to former Commissioner, Robert Perez, who partnered with the NCBFAA, and then now those customs licensed brokers have a professional level status, kind of like a doctor or a lawyer who has to go through periodic yearly certifications and education. So I always benefited knowing that they were more like, although they would say that they were fiduciary on behalf of their clients, they were like the first line of defense. Coming from New York, when they first told me, we have a fiduciary responsibility, I thought they were talking about focaccia bread. It's like I'm not a lawyer. Wanted to compliment those people in the audience that probably serve the mission of helping protect the country, but don't necessarily get recognized as such.
Thank you. Thank you. We have only a few minutes left. I wish we had more time to discuss the digital divide and moral accountability and cybersecurity, but we don't. So I'll do a very quick closing round, and then we can take a few questions if that's okay. Yeah. So I would like to quickly get insights from you. Name one policy guardrail you would put in place in the next 18 months and one you would resist. Just one sentence, one policy guardrail.
That the 48 US government agencies that have equities along the border relative to imports and exports all have to have a commercial operations advisory committee and integrate quarterly with the trade community at large. They're much more educated, and it's just to have that dialogue, not co-manage the agency, but we need the input. I benefited greatly from it.
Thank you. Francisco?
Interoperability and more APIs. And the one that I will oppose is we're dealing in B2B relationships, not business to consumer. So I think a lot of the you know restrictions or guardrails that are put into more consumer facing applications, I think they should not be. I mean, I will fight against that applying to B2B.
Thank you.
My answer is actually a combination of those two. So, we've got a couple dozen U.S. government agencies, partner government agencies, that have some type of responsibility based on the good coming into the country to regulate it, whether that's the FDA or the Consumer Product Safety Commission or Department of War, whoever it may be. But very few of them are actually tapped into the CBP system. Very few of them have interoperability to be seeing the same thing that CBP is seeing. If you had interoperability, if you had these partner government agencies actually seeing the same thing, working off the same system, across the board, you'd get efficiency in both regulation, but in terms of facilitation.
Right. And now, since I have you with the microphone, in one sentence, what does a successful U.S.-Mexico border look like in 2030?
It looks like, from a trade standpoint, no longer being a physical border, but being a network-based solution where, Mexican customs, American customs, other government agencies are talking to each other.
Thank you.
I will say, I mean, pretty much the same. And I will think the test of that is very affordable produce at the grocery store.
Good point. Thank you.
That both U.S. Customs and Border Protection as well as Mexican aduanas can screen at speed. I don't think the border is going to go away. I don't think the agencies are going to go away. But if they can screen at just the speed of which trade will be optimum, then I think, because fast can sometimes be too fast, slow can be too slow. But if you can screen at speed, I think the entire community would get that predictability that was being alluded to earlier.
Thank you. We can take a few questions.
But I think you have the best answer probably. So the de minimis exemption was cited by CBP as one of the main ways in which precursors were entering the US. And now that it has gone away, I'm just wondering, what are you hearing from your partners in the field of how that has changed their day-to-day work? Because it was, again, cited as something that was keeping them very busy trying to look at all these packages that were arriving through the de minimis exemption. And so any changes that you're hearing on the ground of how the exemption being removed has impacted them?
I think this works, yeah. I'm very familiar with the de minimis. I think it was done appropriately. There was a precedent years ago that when I started as a customs inspector in Kennedy Airport, and if you had duty and the duty was less than $10, we didn't collect it. There was a statute that allowed us, it's like whether or not somebody thinks it's worth the US country having pennies. It was going to cost customs service more in processing your $8 worth of duty, so it just got weird. So I understand the value of the de minimis, but there's legitimate tariff engineering and there's illegitimate tariff engineering. And with the de minimis, I think nobody anticipated is that shipments that were coming directly into the United States and paying certain duties, taxes, and revenues were now being re-engineered to stop in southern Canada or northern Mexico and break that shipment down into numerous separate builds below a certain amount specifically to avoid the tariff and the legitimate revenue that should have initially been paid. I think nobody anticipated the rampant, what I would say somewhat illicit or intentional re-engineering. Here's a perfect example that kind of resonates with people. I'm not going to name the big automotive company that did it. So a company was bringing in vehicles into Baltimore. If you bring in a passenger vehicle, it's 2.5% or 2.4%. Who's ever a broker, you can keep me honest here. But if you're bringing in a truck, it's 25%. So they were bringing in these small vehicles, classifying them as passenger SUVs, but instead popping out the windows, putting in panel, ripping out the back seat, and then selling them as small trucks. That company paid like close to $1 billion in inappropriate fines, lack of duty. So I think de minimis will probably come back. I don't think it'll come back in this administration because it is. It's not solving the deficit that this country has. It's creating a heck of a volume. But there was a test done by acting Commissioner Miller when he was there of the de minimis shipments, and they were finding precursor chemicals, and that was discussed earlier. So hopefully that answers it.
I'll just add on, so, we're proud to be at the intersection of solving this solution right now, both from a government and private sector standpoint, because ultimately what this is a data problem, right? You have so much more data now being fed into the system that never had to be analyzed before, right? So, we're helping on both sides, CBP side and the express carrier side, of how do we get that data in, how do we ingest it, and how do you analyze it quickly at scale to determine what is a threat, what isn't a threat, what has the likelihood of fentanyl, narcotics, precursors, whatever it may be in there. What, as was mentioned, went through Canada or was transshipped another way. So again, that's a data problem at the end of the day. And so providing the regulatory tool to digest that data, analyze it, allow the CBP officers who are trained to do their jobs appropriately, but also how do you help the private enterprise comply with something that they were never built to comply with?
Thank you. We are running out of time. I invite you to continue the conversation over lunch, but please join me thanking this fantastic panelists for the discussion.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's stay inside.
I think we can get started. Okay. Bear with us. I know we're just after lunch, so you're gonna feel a little like too cozy a little bit, but thank God the AC is on. If not, we're gonna stand up and do some stretches, guided by John here. But closing up this important series of conversations with something that I think is also very important, which is energy, water, and the border and resilience. And of course, everything I think at the border region, because I'm from San Diego, has a binational component, whatever it is, because we're so close to it. So just under that lens, we think that we're united by the border, and the border is really that like an economic engine. It's an asset. It's something that gives us an opportunity to leverage and build on it. It's also a reminder that we are, we've discussed this like sort of like marriage kind of family situation, and indeed we're family, and then as such we just need to figure things out, and sometimes it's a little rocky conversations, and some other times it's a lot easier, but we're going to be here for ages. So just understanding that, and as you finish lunch, energy, water, and the border are highly politicized, are things that are always coming up in election season after election season. And I like thinking that us, whether you're in the private sector, academic institutions, or just community members, we're the only constant. We're the ones navigating administrations and this complex web of local, state, and federal authorities, and then another three on the other side. So potentially 6 layers of authorities, regulations, and ego sometimes, and as you try to power through it. So let's dive in. Joining us on this conversation, we have John Beckham, Managing Director of the North American Development Bank, or the NADBank, Luke Wilson, Deputy Director of the Center for Water Security and Cooperation, and last but not least, Diego Rivera Ribota, Research Associate at Columbia University, University Center of Global Energy Policy. Thank you for joining us. And to get it started, just thinking again of the concept of water, energy as vital resources, not only for the business sector, for the community as well, and trying to ensure that sustainable access and supply for, again, both of the uses, as a critical aspect of our daily lives and any investment really. So how does the energy and water nexus play out concretely along the border region? And why has it been so difficult to address in an integrated way? I'll pick John because I like you. Just because I like you.
Well, I need to do some stretches now. I think there's a couple ways to unpack that at first, why is it a chronic challenge on the border? Well, first, the border region is successful. It's demographic, it's economic. Growth rates surpass national averages in either side over the last 15 years. So there's just an increased demand on those resources. The second, as you know it, is in terms of water, it is arid to semi-arid region, which puts an additional, which is a structural challenge for the border region. The third is there's a shared resource with two different governments and two different federal political or federal governance systems that can make cooperation and integration on sharing those resources challenging. There's a lot of binational dialogue. There's a lot of treaties and understandings. The bank of which I lead is one of those instruments to try to ameliorate these issues. But I think the core challenge is you have a federal system in the United States that works a certain way. The federal system in Mexico can work a different way. And they're both contending with rapid growth on each of their respective sides of the border, in addition to changes in climate patterns.
Maybe you want to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would add, I think you're right. Two governments on either side of the border, but I think it's important to remember how many other governments there are inside the state governments in Mexico, as well as the state governments in the United States. And it goes, very particularly for the United States, it goes all the way through the Colorado River Basin and any of the states that rely on that water. So you have all of those different states, each doing their own management of the water resources, each I mean, they're all technically supposed to be treating it and keeping it clean in the same way, but each dealing with different threats, different stressors, and so managing it in a different way. And that then in turn infects to a certain extent the federal policy and keeps it from becoming as holistic and as thoughtful as it could be. So you have a lot of voices, each with their own interests, each with their own legal authorities that are managing each side of the border. And that makes it a lot harder to come up with something cohesive unless you are very deliberate about it. And the United States has not been very good about thinking about how to manage waters across watersheds or across the nation and think about how those different pieces play together. And Mexico has taken some steps recently to centralize that a bit more, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, we mentioned the watersheds. I won't go into my usual topic of the Tijuana River Valley because that's another hour of a conversation. But indeed, like Mother Nature knows no border. So whatever the line is, we still need to share whatever access we have on the river and the watersheds. And then going to energy though, I think California is a really good example of the different layers and, vision in terms of policy. We had, California wants to be the lead for the transition to renewable energy. And we had been seeing consistent regulations pushing the private sector to transition, specifically on zero emission vehicles. And then the federal administration comes in and all of those incentives are gone. And then we're sort of like in a limbo understanding what the timeline is now. What is your view on in terms of energy and policy?
Right. It is indeed like a pretty interesting sector. In the case of energy, it is a reality that it's a deeply integrated system that goes, of course, with very practical importance in the border, but that for both countries goes well beyond, the cities that are in the border. It is no exaggeration by any means. I'm happy to drill in the numbers, but to say that most of Mexico's electricity runs on Texas produced natural gas. That is just a fact, whether we like it or not, whether, government policy on both sides of the border take different actions to do that. We can assess into that. But in any source of energy that we can think of, there's a deep integration in both countries, right? On that integration, however, is very asymmetrical, and that is significantly, in terms of a higher dependence from the Mexican side to it, right? Whether it is crude oil, whether it's electricity, and of course, in terms of natural gas. I'm happy to leave some numbers for the, yeah. I don't know if this is working, but
It is.
yeah. Okay, cool. So for instance, like if we think of the flows from Mexico to the US, we're essentially speaking about two main goods. One is crude oil coming from Mexico to the US, and the other one is high sulfur fuel oil, in Spanish, combustóleo. And so basically, it's a low value refined product. However, on the other way, in the other sense, from the U.S. to Mexico, then we have important flows of oil products. So about 50% of Mexico's gasoline comes from the U.S. About 30% of diesel comes from the U.S. A significant amount of liquefied petroleum gas does as well. Jet fuel, any major oil fuel, Mexico relies heavily on the U.S. And then on top of that, there's about 10 interconnections in terms of power. Some of them are not so relevant, and there's like a net neutral trade balance in that. And really, the big aspect of this relationship is on natural gas. Mexico imports about 75%, three quarters of its needs of natural gas from the US through a network of 24 pipelines across the border that every day cross between 6 and 7 billion cubic feet per day. So that is massive. And that is massive because that fuels Mexico's electricity sector. Over 60% of power generation in Mexico is fueled with that gas. So that just makes simply this relationship, very, very deep and very important. And I'll leave it there for now.
And so far we've talked about produce and like products and services, but we don't talk about how integrated our resources are and that we need to like level the field and have a long-term vision about how to keep that sustainable access again or energy and water. And so driving maybe a little bit more into the energy conversation still, though, what does Mexico's current energy policy trajectory mean for cross-border infrastructure planning? Because it's not just policy, it's infrastructure and like the operation and maintenance and implementation of it. And we'll go into water later, but how should the private sector or could the private sector and financing institutions respond to that? Maybe John, you can come into the financing part of the question.
Sure. That's a fundamental area of investment. And from the Mexican side, we've seen and significant policy change between the Sheinbaum administration and the Lopez Obrador administration. However, the question is like, will it be enough? Will this be enough? Let me focus on the electricity sector because I do think it's the most urgent for Mexico, and I'll give you a few data points on where we are and where we need to be and what's happening. So, for instance, there are severe transmission bottlenecks, right? So these huge towers and poles and cables that take electricity from where it's produced to where we consume it. That is a big bottleneck in Mexico. That is a big bottleneck also in some parts of the US. But the difference in Mexico it is that there's a constitutional monopoly in which only the state-owned electrical utility, which by the way, I used to work there, so I have fond memories there. But they are the only ones authorized to do that. And there's not a lot of financing. If you look at the growth rate between 2023 and 2024 of the transmission grid, that was 0.24%, whereas power demand is growing at a growth of plus 3%. Absolutely, not enough, right? So that's one thing. Then you need more power demand keeps increasing. You need more power supply, but that is constrained by these bottlenecks. To increase that power supply, you need some level of partnership with the private sector. There's been, a new constitutional mandate or like an amendment to the Constitution last year, an amendment to the legal framework as well, and a new set of regulations in which, by design, the government decided that the state must have at least 54%, an absolutely arbitrary number, let's call it that way, of each of these projects, and also of total generation generated in one country, right? That signifies and that implies a problem, a buffer, an obstacle for private generation, for private participation, and for businesses and investment to say like, hey, yeah, I want to invest in these projects. I want to contribute to this much needed thirst for power. There's been some effort on this administration to make creative approaches within those limits that they impose themselves. And there has been some positive results, probably further from the expectations from analysts and from people looking at the sector. So I think there's some progress, some positive movements on power generation, particularly on that decision. There's a pipeline of different projects set forward that is very ambitious. But I think the question still remains whether that is important and whether that is enough. And that is important not only in terms of infrastructure development and investment, but also because the energy sector is an enabler for any other source of activity, from industry, manufacturing, and everything that we talked about this morning. So.
I mean, I'm gonna go off script a little bit, look and call on you too, because water is also a very important resource for whatever it is that we want to invest in, and infrastructure is a key part of that conversation. So, what were your views in terms of the infrastructure needs, whether that's related to policy or not, in terms of securing that, advancing our ability to ensure that supply of water?
Yeah, it's a big question. I mean, I think, obviously there's a lot of needs in terms of updating infrastructure, both in this country as well as in Mexico. I mean, there's a huge amount of water loss when water is treated and then piped to different areas. So that is something that is perennially an issue, regardless of where you are in both countries. I think that there is, when it comes to the infrastructure, obviously water is a big input to everything. So you need to have that water availability and those water rights in order to actually build a product or engage in energy exploitation. So those are things that, and that's one of the things that the recent changes to the law in Mexico have pushed back on, is sort of the ability to alienate those rights that you may have in water as freely as you used to be able to. So that changes the calculation for investing in some of these projects. If you don't know, when I buy this land, I'll get water rights with it, because those water rights can't be as easily transferred or it can't be transferred. It's a much more sort of Wild West system before, but now it's going to be much more centralized. If you can't just move water with land, that's going to impact what you can build there, what you can grow there, what you can do there. So that's also going to drive whether or not there's willingness to invest and what infrastructure is going to be available. But I don't know if I think I'm sort of tangentially answering your question.
Good, thank you. And of course, in order for us to make those infrastructure projects a reality, we need financing. So, John, this is where you come in. Wakey, wakey.
Sure. I'll get into the financing question, but these two topics are related. Energy costs are the highest variable cost of treating water, whether you're treating, sanitary or wastewater, or whether you're actually pumping groundwater, or whether you're going to run a desal. So your reliability, your cost of that energy is the biggest single input. Second, a lot of that natural gas is produced through fracking, which has what in Texas is called produced water. And what you do with that water and where you get that water is a question that everyone is trying to wrestle with. So much to the fact that Texas passed $1 billion per annum fund out of property taxes to invest in water infrastructure for the state. And one of the big drivers is Texas has a lot of things, oil and gas and solar. They don't always advertise it that way, but it is part of their energy strategy. But that water nexus is a key function or a key variable in seeing how sustainable is the fracking business. Mexico has talked, I don't think they have the capacity today to tackle their own natural gas resources using fracking technology. That will only exacerbate their water management infrastructure challenges. So all that to say is how do you finance this stuff is important. And the availability of financing, I honestly don't think is the biggest choke point. And why do I say that? It depends on what type of financing you're looking for. In the water sector, people tend to want free money, grants, and that is scarce. Budgets on both sides of the border at the federal or the state level are generally tight. And so that free money is tougher to get. So communities are facing this dilemma between how do they affect their rate structure so that they can actually invest in the infrastructure that they need to provide water both to commercial users as well as household users. But if they figure that out, you can create a better financing cycle and therefore reduce the amount of grants you may need. So I think there's a big challenge. Second, again, with the water sector, is the bigger water authorities on both sides of the border have planning and execution capacity. It's not always evenly distributed, but you get to the middle tier utilities, there is a planning and an execution capacity. Water infrastructure, as energy structure, is long lead times. What's my problem? I have to evaluate solutions. I have to design the solution, and then I got to bid it out. Especially if you're a public utility, you're subject to certain public procurement regulations and laws and standards, which makes sense because you're using taxpayer funds to do it. That takes time. So this is all a way to saying that writing the check or writing the grant fund can be the easiest part of that process. On the energy side, it's similar, except it's less reliant on subsidies. So therefore, historically, at the bank at least, we've been able to much more easily offer long-term bespoke financing to energy projects. I think the big constraint there is going to be permitting and regulatory stability on both sides. We did gangbusters in Mexico in renewable energies after Peña Nieto opened up to private sector investment. We did gangbusters under the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States on tax equity and for renewable energy sources. Both those things are now have yet to found a new equilibrium in either side of the market, and that is what I think private investors and lenders, all sorts of financiers are trying to work through to see where the money should go.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Just on that point, and I think Jan put it like very well in terms of like to which extent there's abundance of finance, and that's a key concern at least for the Sheinbaum administration. If you look at their plans of investment, energy is really at the top of it with I think 48% of it, followed by trains, which that means more electricity as well, hence more energy, right? And these long horizons of long-term planning and infrastructure development, very capital intensive, does require that one, that it makes sense, of course, in terms of returns. And if we take away like the off the ground risks, the potential, it's evidently there. Mexico has absolutely above the average potential of, renewable energy, including solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, you name it, right? That means also in terms of storage, and even for fossil fuels development, that is another story. But Mexico is rich in oil and gas as well. The problem really is above the ground risks and those regulations. And it is very clear that this government wants a state-led approach in which there's a partnership definitely with the state, right? Like there's this public-private partnership, but to which extent those figures and those mechanisms are going to be attractive for the banks, for big finance. And the result so far is that for the largest companies, for the traditional, larger power companies, it is not quite been the case. We've seen the exit actually of the bigger companies in Mexico on the power sector. Iberdrola is but one example of that. But we do see interest from other companies that are perhaps less well known, that are perhaps smaller, that are maybe backed by investment funds that have an appetite for risk that may be a little higher. And we'll see whether that is enough. And one, and two, whether they make completion of these long-term projects that are significantly complicated on the capital side, on the financing, but also on building them, right? Especially when we think about, linear infrastructure, whether it's transmission lines or gas pipelines, in which the permitting risks and others are also part of that component. So I think that's a key, an absolutely key issue to think about it, like on the energy sector. While at the same time we're late. Already there were years of not doing the homework. Demand keeps increasing, and you just gotta keep it up.
That's right. And both water and energy, right? We're trying to keep up with growth, both in investment, both in community and aging infrastructure. And what do you see in the water side of things?
Well, I was going to say there has been one of the things that we need more of, and there has been some of this, is cooperation on projects. So there have been, particularly actually in the San Diego area, which I know you said you were from, there has been much more of that push to have desalination done in Mexico, and then the water piped into the Otay Water District. The really focusing, between the two communities, having strong relationships between the mayor and the president of Tijuana, having those relationships so that you can build those projects to deal with the sewage outflows into the water that was having an effect in San Diego. You can have that water source that's available to them, and we need more. And then there's also the power projects, the hydroelectric projects in the Rio Grande that have the capacity to generate a lot more electricity than they are right now to provide for homes on both sides of the border. And these are projects that were built together or worked on together in some measure under the IBWC, but also between the communities on both sides of the border. And that kind of cooperation has to improve, has to become the norm as opposed to not. And I think that's requires a good deal of trust, which I think there is. But it also is hard against the backdrop of other issues between the two countries. But that cooperation can improve things, but it also means you have to plan together, both in the energy context as well as in the water context. We're not quite there, even in the US, in terms of having long-term planning across the country and thinking about our resources as a country when it comes to water. So we're definitely not there when it comes to our relationship to other countries.
And John, I want to go back to you, but I think you have a very unique perspective because you're looking at projects, water, energy, and others all along the border. What are some of the projects that the bank is more interested in, and where are you finding these, like in terms of like Texas, California, Arizona?
Water and energy are two of the critical priorities in that order at the bank, because we think they're fundamental to anything else to assure a thriving border region and binational relationship. Just our point of view is that the knitting of the fabric between the United States and Mexico is the stitching is done at the border. And so we need to make sure that stitching is well. And that is That stitching, if you will, is water and energy. That's to your question on water. Traditionally, for 30 years, the bank has worked on distributing potable water as well as basic water sanitation. Uh, a lot has been done on that. The gap between access to water is improved from, let's say, anywhere from 75 to 80% along the border to, depending where you are, 90 to 99% access, with some pockets in rural or ill-sited urban areas. The challenge now on the water, we continue to do that because there's maintenance that needs to be done. We need to keep up with population and economic growth. The real challenge is dealing with the increased water scarcity due to drought. It's ameliorated a little bit this winter, a little bit. And what does that mean is things like water conservation. It means using technology to use indirect and direct potable reuse. San Diego clearly does that. El Paso does some of that. No one in Mexico right now is doing that. Down in the Rio Grande Valley, that isn't happening. But I think that's an important vanguard that we're interested in helping to finance. And then lastly is desalinization. We've done some of that in Baja California. We're looking at brackish water desal down in the Texas, in the Rio Grande at the base of the Rio Bravo, however you want to call it. So that's where we're trying to direct our resources. First, conservation. The cheapest water is the water we're losing today. Then we want to reuse it. And then thirdly would be desalinization. All that is going to require energy. So we, with the bank's technology neutral, in the sense that the prior administration asked us to be very emphatic on preferring renewables. We still do renewables, but we're also doing natural gas combined cycle type projects, with the idea that we have to be flexible in the solution that delivers well-being for the border communities and the binational relationship. So that's the big picture of how we look at it. We'll deal with public and private sector entities, no problem.
Well, go ahead, actually, before we change the topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight like some interesting projects kind of that are very border specific, and some of them in California. I was just like, while preparing for this panel, like some three very specific ones, and I'll finish with the one in California. One is an offshore gas pipeline that starts in Texas and sends, a massive amount of natural gas to Mexico through the Gulf of Mexico, through the water, and then connects inside with Mexico, mostly for power generation. And that is like, in a way, a unique pipeline. Is like its length is about 800 kilometers. That's like 600 miles, 500 miles, something like that. So it's a very unique project, and a part of it of this bilateral cooperation that goes well beyond the border. Another one is a gas fired power plant that is located in Texas, but all of its production goes to the state of Coahuila in its entirety. So it's also kind of a unique situation that basically impacts very directly, the populations across the border. And finally, California is particularly interesting because Baja California, the state of Baja California, it is not connected to Mexico's central grid. It's an independent electrical system, and as such, it is connected to CAISO, right, to the California grid. And then that represents a unique set of opportunities in terms of developing projects on both sides of the border that affects both prices, but also things like reliability and stability of the grid. And I think that's particularly important. One of such projects, for instance, that it's also an example of cooperation, is an facility that liquefies natural gas to export it by a ship. That gas is produced in Texas. It is transported by pipelines through the U.S., and then it goes down to Baja California, and it will export that natural gas produced from Texas through the Mexican shores, mostly to clients on the other side of the Pacific. That plant was in construction since 2021, and it's slated to start operations this summer. So, I mean, those are some interesting projects out there that are examples of what we're talking about, But in terms of energy, these ramifications go well deep into Mexico, not only across the border, even if we don't see it quite physically, right, every day.
Yeah, I wanted to actually add and pull out something that John said, which is that the improvements in basic water and sanitation in Mexico have, it's been leaps and bounds over over the past 20 years, which is just, it's really, as John said, it's close to 100% having basic access to water, which is just, it's really, it's a very strong improvement. What I would also point to as part of the driver of that is the adoption of a human right to Mexico, human right to water in Mexico, which I think as a legal command from the government, as something that citizens can point to and say this is something that I deserve, is an important signal. We don't have anything like that in the U.S. We don't have a human right to water. We don't have a right to water or sanitation built into our law. But it is something that Mexico did, and they've seen great improvement as a result in terms of making sure that almost 100% have at least basic access to water.
And I think we've touched a little bit on like governance, whether it's working or practices that maybe could be replicated on the other side. But as an organization that focuses a lot on advocacy, like what are some of the governance gaps that you have identified that you think the community and the private sector, could play a role in advocating for solutions? Whoever wants to start.
I mean, I think the idea of planning together is very important. I think that's something that the private sector could be a big part of, particularly since so many of the demands are coming from the private sector on water and energy. And I think it's something that is becoming more important to discuss as we talk about data centers I think the people along the border, the citizens, all the people who live along the border have always been more aware of water scarcity. I think the question is, do we then have that translate into a process that works? I mean, you have the 1944 treaty between the U.S. and Mexico, which has governed a lot of the water. So from a governance perspective, the treaty itself, it's bent at times, but it hasn't broken. And I will say, and it's tough to sort of say that sort of using tariffs as a bully stick to get countries to follow obligations is necessarily the right approach, but making sure that the law is being followed, there's often not as many options for states to do that. And I think making sure that that all of those agreements aren't just paper, aren't just words on paper, is something that's actually maybe been improved. But again, it's also something that the private sector has a role in. And I think the push from farmers on both sides of the border, depending on, well, I mean, yes, I think that helped to get the government to take additional action. It's not a perfect system. It wasn't a perfect way to do it, but it did improve and at least show that that treaty system can work. And that's important, at least as a starting point, that the law means something. There's a couple different ways I think about the governance question. The bar at the highest level, which is the 1944 treaty, it deals with surface water. It doesn't deal with groundwater. And so that is an increasingly, it is a shared resource. Aquifers, like rivers, don't respect the boundary. And that's something that is just not governed one way or the other. So that's one area of important work to be done. At a more state or local level, there are differences in the systems and the road in how each utility is managed or governed and regulated. We do see within that universe, we see a couple trends. One which was alluded to earlier with truck drivers, and it's the same thing with basic water operators. There's a high number of staff who are eligible to retire soon, and there's not a trained workforce that's ready to come in and do those things. Some of it they just haven't finished their high school degrees. They may have a record. There's all sorts of impediments there, but and we've tried to figure out at the bank how we can do some of those train some of that workforce to enter the area, because if we don't have people to run the infrastructure, it won't matter. The last thing on the that I think a lot of utilities are struggling with in one way or the other is management capacity. Some of that is their remote areas, and it's hard to attract people to live in those areas to manage things like strategic planning, finances, things like that. And others is the regulatory system has a constant 2 to 3 year churn in it. And so then any organization that has a 2 or 3 year churn, by almost definition, will struggle to have a medium-term vision needed for the planning that we've just alluded to earlier in our conversation. So I think those are some serious challenges that I would, as I advocate, being a Texan and a private citizen, and I think anyone should advocate, say, you do need a certain amount of vision and long-term capacity and transparency in how these utilities work.
Yeah, and in terms of governance of the energy sector, I think there are important areas of opportunity on both sides of the border. Regarding environmental protection, social licensing of new projects, what those impacts are. But specifically in the border, I think of maybe two main ones that are relevant. One of them has to do with the electricity sector, and I think that would be particularly relevant for California and Baja California for the reasons we talked about, in which there could be an optimization and clear frameworks on optimizing existing assets, especially in the power sector, and that could possibly and hopefully trend to lower prices, to have to make the most of that capital intensive, highly needed infrastructure for power generation and transmission that we do have at the moment, and perhaps with relatively minor investments or upholds can work better. So that's one thing. And the second one, it's very important, and it had a turning point in 2021, which is with these massive volumes of natural gas flowing from the U.S. to Mexico, fueling Mexico's power system. They are great most of the time because they are very affordable, some of the cheapest natural gas in the world. For the most part, they are reliable. For the most part, they are there. But sometimes, things can happen. And one of those things happened in February of 2021 when Winter Storm Uri hit Texas and a number of other states. And that froze the infrastructure, literally the valves, production, the pipelines that injected that capacity and those volumes of gas into the grid that affected and created blackouts in Texas. But those impacts flew and impacted also like way below the border. And so at the moment, 5 years later, there's not necessarily clear protocols on reliability, on what to do in those cases, who's to pay for that. That created a series of judiciary battles between CFE and some of these power companies on arbitration, who was to pay what, who was at stake. And I think that was an episode that was very dramatic, that created a number of outcomes that have, 5 years later, it's not quite clear whether we have made any progress. And the likeliness of something like that happening next year, next winter, in a couple of winters, is not zero. It's actually pretty high. So I think that's an area of governance on how to address those reliability, those mechanisms for emergency and those procedures that could happen, quite frankly, any other winter coming up.
Actually, again, John is setting up a lot of good ideas. So, yeah, and he's right that the 1944 treaty does not address groundwater, and that was something that there was a push for minutes to be used to regulate groundwater in like in around 2009, or 2015, within the past 10 years, there was a real push, but it didn't end up going anywhere at the end of the day. So there has been this thought that that treaty mechanism might be possible, but I think that would probably require something else. And a big part of it is that the US, we manage groundwater state by state, and each state does it differently. Texas has traditionally, although there is some regulated some regulated systems now, has traditionally been a rule of capture. If you get it, you got it. And that's, it's sort of the almost the epitome of a tragedy of the commons type problem. If you have unlimited access to a resource and anyone can take advantage of it, and it's not being regulated, then at what point will it run out if it's not being managed? So, and other states do it differently depending on where you are. So there is just a lot of governance that can be done. Again, you need that coordination along the US border. Inside of the US, you need someone to take that lead. And you really need to have that clarity before you can say, okay, now we're going and we're going to try to negotiate with another country, which has a more centralized structure when it comes to groundwater management.
we're going to, have something that works for both of us. If you have too many cooks in the kitchen, you're not going to get anywhere. And then the other thing I say is about utilities. Utilities, very interesting. They're all we have tens of thousands in the US, and they are all very, very different. They're managed differently. Some are big, some are tiny, and they all have, interests of staff welfare. One thing that is I would say it's fairly consistent across the board, although this is changing, is that they're almost always have their rates set too low, which means there's not enough capital, not enough money coming into the system to the point where you can manage all the capital projects. You can make sure that you're improving your infrastructure. You're thinking 10, 20 years down the road. And that is changing. There are some states, I want to call out Arkansas, which isn't along the border, but which has a requirement in their law that says you have to do a rate study and you have to have a rate that will allow you to cover your costs. That's not typical. And there's no one forcing states to do that. There's no state besides Arkansas, as far as I know, and to a certain extent California, there's no real state that is pushing for that. And so, these utilities, they do what they want, what they feel they're politically able to do, and that doesn't always lead to the best outcomes, particularly if there's political management at the end. Politicians never want to raise taxes, never want to raise rates.
As you mentioned that, I alluded to this a little bit on the cross-border pollution issue that we're facing in Tijuana and San Diego. And the chamber recently, came out with a report of like suggested frameworks, next steps. And one of them is really to look at the Public Utilities Commission in Tijuana or in Baja and whether they're charging enough to then cover operation and maintenance so that we're not here, back on square one after all of this investment and financing, et cetera. But to your point, it gets highly politicized. So like no one wants to be the person that brought those rates up. And I know we started a little late, but I had the one question that I wanted to ask, and it was also asked in the previous panels. I'm going to change it a little bit because the question was what would make a more resilient border, I guess, border in terms of water and energy, and what would that look like in 10 years? But let's think about what would be the most important action that we could take as a US Mexico bloc, whether it's policy, investment, or partnerships that will make our US Mexico border more resilient as we think about energy and water. If you had a magic wand, and to simplify the question, what would you take care of?
Well, I feel like I'm sitting on, it's a red chair, so I'm like on Santa Claus's lap here, asking for a Christmas gift. I think I can't limit myself to one, so I'm going to say three. Two are really, I think, ambitious. The first is that we actually come up with a binational structure, mechanism, body to make sure that the sanitation of water is acceptable for both sides of the border communities. This is a problem that is really more lack of cash and will, but it's very hard to do for the reasons we've talked about. The second is, I think, magic wand is 80% of the water on both sides of the border is used by agriculture, and food security is national security. Not debating that, but if we don't tackle a way to be more efficient in our use of water and agriculture on both sides of the border, we're not going to solve the water scarcity challenge that then leads into binational geopolitical discussions along the Colorado, the Rio Bravo, the Rio Conchos, subject to the 44 treaty, whether you're actually doing what you said you were going to do. The third one is, I think we're already seeing energy integration, as Diego's alluded to, and I think there's a lot of opportunity that we can do to make a more diversified energy matrix that benefits both countries. Yeah, I think that's good. And Santa's going to be very busy with those, I think. But I think, and I've alluded to this as well, it's the idea of having a comprehensive plan for, I think, for the United States in general, that doesn't just focus on water and sanitation, doesn't just focus on agriculture, but really thinks about water in a very holistic manner. We need to have that. We need to have a national water plan so that we can really have a sense as to where the resources are, where they're going to, how they're being allocated, and think about it as a country and not as 50 individual states, or for 48 if we're talking about the ones that are most linked. But this is the challenge, is that we don't have that vision, and we need that. And that would be my Santa Claus request, is that we do that. And I think, and then again, once you have that, you can have that conversation with Mexico, saying, what are our shared priorities? What are the things that we share? How are we going to do it together? It's just hard to do that if you're already sort of fractured on one side.
Yeah, and on the energy sector, I think it's very clear that globally, but definitely in both sides of the border, we are on the edge of electricity. Demand is rising for data centers, for electrification of any source of, industry, manufacturing, transportation, even cooking, heating, cooling. So that is a very clear signal. And in order to have cleaner, more affordable, and secure electricity, then we need a lot of investment. We're definitely thinking and speaking about building more cables and poles and more power generation and more solar panels and wind farms and probably combined cycles, storage, batteries, both of natural gas and of electricity. And to do that, we need investment. And for that investment in, ingent amounts, then we need, a clear framework and rules and schemes that are attractive. And I think that's the Santa Claus, letter that is there. And I think that is clear even in the context of the US UNCMCA process. The clear signals and complaints that we've seen from Canada and the US against Mexico have indeed, in regards to energy, to do with this investment, right? Like whether the rules are clear, whether there is like favoring for the state. And so in the way that both Mexico and the US managed to settle those differences and to balance that, state-led, state-heavy policy, and to make it attractive for that investment to happen. I think that's the clear and the key question to be responded.
Can I add a stocking stuffer? Just um, I think one of the great things about the border region is that people are already very aware of the water issues. It's something that is not necessarily a priority concern, but it is something that people are aware of. And that is something that, and energy as well. I think the storm really helped to highlight some of the challenges with energy transmission. So I think it's taking advantage of that is something that can be really beneficial to all of this in terms of the building governance, building awareness. It's something the private sector can do, advocating to the people as well as to the government, but taking advantage of that awareness and that pre-existing buy-in, it can't be understated.
Indeed, it's an opportunity to have that call for action, the community. I know I'm looking for BTA staff to let me know how many questions we can take. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so my question is on the Brownsville refinery. They've proposed that things going to start in 2028. So Brownsville refinery, I think, is made for Venezuela oil, I think, because it's going to do a lot of high Nelson capacity. So what's Mexico helping in terms of getting the Venezuela oil from the south to US? I mean, it's going to be something where Mexico may take part in terms of that pipeline. Like, what do you think can be done?
Sorry, just to make sure, what is Mexico doing to help that Venezuelan oil flow?
Yeah, the pipeline from Venezuela to US is going to happen, right? When they get that Brownsville kind of up and running. So there will be something that pipeline can be used that Mexico can do for US.
No, I mean, the short answer, I think it's no, as far as I'm aware, and normally the way these refineries on the Gulf Coast operate, the volumes of oil are shipped by tankers, by oil tankers. And so that's the way they get there. That includes Mexican volumes, for instance, and also currently Venezuelan oil. So it's very likely that we'll continue that way by these big oil tankers. They arrive to the ports, and that will be communicated. No pipeline. There's no crude oil pipelines from Mexico to the US.
Thank you so much. This one's for my tocayo. If you could expand on the grid connectivity issues in Mexico, I was in Puebla a couple of weeks ago at an auto facility. They told me that a brownout for a couple of minutes costs like tens of thousands of dollars. And given that, as you said, Mexico's putting on like a self-restraining jacket when it comes to attracting capital for grid connectivity, how do you see that getting resolved? And knowing that's potentially the ceiling that Mexico has when it comes to nearshoring and reshoring. If we don't get enough electricity, if we can't move it from one place to the other, then we're facing a serious obstacle. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that is a clear symptom of something happening across the country, and I would say, I mean, on the one hand, it is indeed like the most expensive megawatt hour is the one that you don't have, right? And that has an impact enormous for industry, whichever it is. But even if we think into an extreme, say in hospitals, right, like which they need absolutely that energy, it matters for keeping lives on and to any standards of living. So that's one thing that is clear and that it is a challenge. And I would say only a few years ago, Puebla, that region on the central part of the grid, was not necessarily the most vulnerable to these issues. So this just speaks to the fact that things have gotten worse, right? So, for instance, one of the most fragile parts of the grid is the Yucatan Peninsula. There's only one nexus between the Yucatan Peninsula and the rest of the country. And if that transmission link has some sort of problem, which could be something very technical, boring, just like, oh, a misconnection on the cable, it needs some easy fix, then there's no power for a number of hours. And that has happened, right, in the last few years. So I think that the problem and the warning sign is very clear there. We're in a critical situation. It's not gonna get better before it gets worse, I'm afraid, because these investments take long time. The fastest that you can build a transmission line and substations is, with the most speed, 2 3 years maybe, like, and that if everything goes well and as planned. So what can we done? What can Mexico do? It really, for transmission and distribution, it's fully in the hands of CFE. And there are essentially two models to do that. One is a traditional one, in which basically CFE gets money from the treasury, right, from Hacienda. And so they partner with they do a tendering process, they partner with a company, they build that infrastructure, and that remains part of CFE. There's a new scheme that they are trying to do that they call it Fibra E, like a sort of investment using real estate allocation through a relatively innovative financial scheme. It remains to be seen whether it's going to be effective, and two, if so, it remains to be seen whether it's going to be effective in the scale we need. So, in my opinion, it remains one key problem, if not the key problem, on the energy sector and infrastructure, on how to enable and how to facilitate those massive investments that are very much needed for the network. And as I said, this is a result. We're paying the debt of not building for years, if not decades, this power grid that was not done. I mean, this is anecdotal information, but like there was this one specific transmission line, La Huasteca Monterrey, that it was since I was in CFE, that was like 2015. It was not built. It was on the pipeline, on the projects of priority to be built, and it is not completed yet. Like that's been over 10 years of that single transmission line and still not done. So, just some anecdotal piece of how urgent it is and how the homework has not been done so far.
I have one over here.
Thank you. Arguably, one bilateral mechanism that served well in the past was the Border Governors Conference. Do you believe that in water energy issues, having that bilateral mechanism resuscitate would be helpful, or do you think at this point would be detrimental? Understanding, of course, there is the bilateral challenges and then domestic politics also among the border governors.
I mean, I think it's always beneficial to have those dialogues.
I think when it comes to water, there's like the needs may be different for the different communities, but it's pretty much the same. You know, you need it for survival, you need it for your people, you need it to build industry, you need it for agriculture. So, I mean, I think it. Yes, I'll be honest. It's not something I had thought about. So I think it's, but I think it's always good to have that dialogue. One of some of the work that we're doing in my organization now is really focusing on looking at local leaders, and I think that was actually very successful in the San Diego area. You know, having that very close municipal connection across the border can't necessarily work for a lot of areas, but there are others along the border, like Ciudad Juarez and El Paso. I mean, there's definitely places where that can happen more. Um, and so the governors can be a part of that because at the end of the day, when it comes to managing water resources, the governors and the state as a whole has to be involved. It can't be done at the local level. It can't fix all the problems. So I think, but having perhaps maybe, I would say maybe working at the local level first and then building that up to the state level so that you have that groundswell of interest and already some of those connections would help to make those efforts amongst the border governors more effective.
I'm gonna do a little plug because we locally in San Diego are trying to bring back the Border Mayors Association, and I'm looking at my fellow San Diego here, Denise Garcia, because she led that effort back in the day and leading efforts to bring it back into action. And at least locally, to your point, it's something that at least ensure this channel of communication channels, and gave us a mechanism to bring things forward and push for those conversations to happen. So I would also argue that those mechanisms are effective.
I want to endorse Thank you. Used to serve in Governor Martinez's administration as cabinet secretary, and I was very involved in the border governors conferences, and we hosted one, as a matter of fact, in Santa Fe. Want to endorse that idea. Communication never is a bad thing, and there were a lot of substantive things that got done in that border governors conference. So it was a very, very well done at the time effort by both sides of the border. So heartily endorse that. If it can be resurrected in some way, it'd be great.
And on the energy side, I would just add, I concur. I think it wouldn't be detrimental at all, but I do think too that its impact on the water sector could be way more impactful than in the energy side, where I think the impact can be limited. And one reason for that is that most of the regulation on the Mexican side of the border for energy, for this type of infrastructure, it relies on the federal government. It's much more concentrated on the federal side versus the US, in which, you know, states have a much higher sway on doing that. That said, it never hurts to have the governor, right, of border state knocking the door and, you know, calling Palacio Nacional for that. So that's a good one.
Just a little tidbit of Americana regulatory structure. Texans think that they would connect to the Mexican grid before they connected to the rest of the federal grid because they don't want FERC regulating them. So maybe that's an open door to have some interesting conversations.
Very good. All right. Well, thank our panelists, Diego and John, for having this very, I think, impactful conversation. These are highly politicized issues, and we'll continue to work, I think, together and on different satellite offices all across the U.S. and Mexico. So thank you again, and thank you to the Dialogue and the VPA for hosting a 12th conference.
All right, to close this out, I'll bring Maria up here to join me. On behalf of the Border Trade Alliance, thanks for being here today. This is another outstanding conference, our 12th year going. I want to thank, of course, our panelists and our moderators, including that great discussion that just wrapped up. Last night, we appreciate the contributions of the American Trucking Associations and Constellation Brands, who made last night possible, and today, RRP Consulting Engineers, Nature Suite, IBC Bank, GM, the Cameron County Regional Mobility Authority, Salas Worldwide Solutions. Couldn't do it without them. Maria, why don't you close us out?
Thank you, everybody. We will be drafting a report and uploading it to our website in the upcoming days. So everybody that is also joining us virtually can access the report, and we'll be posting the recording also on the website. And please, there's a lot of food outside, so we really need your help taking as much food as you can. Thank you very much.